Committee will come to order. Chair recognizes herself for an opening statement. Today, the Committee on Energy and Commerce is taking action on important legislation to improve the lives of the American people. This includes solutions to modernize our critical pipeline infrastructure, make important improvements to our air quality standards process, strengthen the health and well-being of patients and caregivers, and secure America's communications infrastructure from foreign adversaries like China. The breadth of solutions we're considering is just the latest example of the Energy and Commerce Committee working together to deliver real results for the American people. I applaud my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their hard work on all of these bills. We will begin by considering legislation that will protect our communications infrastructure from the threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries. China poses a serious threat to America's national security across the board, including to our critical communications infrastructure. We know that the CCP will utilize every tool at its disposal to exploit vulnerabilities in our communications networks, which is why this committee has taken decisive action in these areas. Failure to address these exceedingly complex threats not only jeopardizes our economic competitiveness and national security, but also risks ceding ground to an adversarial power intent on undermining American leadership. Today, we will continue to build on our efforts, this Congress, to make our communications networks safer and more resilient to attacks by our adversaries. Next, we will advance over a dozen bipartisan pieces of legislation that will strengthen the health and well-being of the American people. Many of these bills reauthorize important programs that are due to expire September 30. This committee is doing its job to renew them in advance of that deadline through regular order. I'm especially excited that we're considering my legislation to authorize the Include project at the National Institutes of Health. The Include project has already accomplished so much, and this bill will further help people with Down syndrome live their lives to the fullest potential and inform research efforts for all Americans affected by diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer. We will conclude the markup with important legislation to further advance America's energy infrastructure and economic and environmental leadership. To meet growing domestic and international energy demands, we must modernize and expand our pipeline infrastructure. The Pipeline Safety, Modernization, and Expansion Act, led by Chairman Duncan, will reduce energy prices for the American people, strengthen pipeline and LNG facility safety, and drive innovation in new technologies. It's an opportunity to lay the foundation for America's energy leadership for decades to come. We will also advance the Air Quality Standards Implementation Act of 2024, led by Subcommittee Chair Carter. This legislation ensures efficient, effective implementation of air quality standards for states that will ensure that measures to implement health protections are realistic and balanced in their approach. Protecting public health and our economy are not mutually exclusive goals. But to achieve this requires that we rethink how to address pollution levels that are outside our control. For decades, America has been the #1 place to do business while maintaining the best, highest air quality in the world. This legislation is essential to ensuring we continue that legacy for decades to come. Throughout the 118th Congress, this committee has led on solutions to make life better for the American people. We're doing the work the American people sent us to do. I'm proud of what we've done and what we continue to accomplish as we plow the hard ground necessary to legislate. Today, we will add to those accomplishments. Thank you to all the members and staff for their hard work and service. I look forward to advancing these bills to the full House. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
I thank the chair. Today, the committee will consider 28 bills and will begin with consideration of 6 partisan bills that advance out of our Energy Subcommittee, 1 pipeline safety reauthorization bill, and 5 bills that would undermine energy efficiency standards. It's unfortunate that the Republican majority is moving forward on a partisan pipeline safety bill that has very little to do with safety and everything to do with gutting environmental reviews to build more pipelines. Ensuring the safety of our nation's pipelines has long been a bipartisan cause, but Republicans have refused to work with us to make this a bipartisan bill. And by moving forward with a partisan bill, the Republican majority has told us all we need to know, that they are not interested in passing durable legislation that can make it to the president's desk. Meanwhile, the House Transportation Committee has moved a bipartisan pipeline safety bill that could be the basis for legislation that passes the Senate and is signed by the president. I'm also disappointed that we're considering 5 anti-energy efficiency bills that would raise costs for American families. These bills are designed to obstruct the Department of Energy's appliance efficiency program. This is yet another unfortunate handout to industry at the expense of everyday Americans who would be stuck with higher utility bills if these were signed into law. But thankfully for the American people, these bills stand no chance of being signed into law. And next, we're going to consider H.R. 7650, which advanced out of our Environment Subcommittee. This legislation undermines the backbone of the Clean Air Act. It also allows corporate industry profits to override science in setting air quality standards, provides amnesty to new polluting facilities at the expense of existing manufacturing, and removes incentives to cut pollution. And this bill would guarantee that people living in areas with poor air quality would continue to breathe unhealthy air for generations to come. And Democrats are simply not going to support this or allow this to happen. We'll then consider 17 bills that advanced out of the Health Subcommittee, which collectively are intended to reaffirm this committee's commitment to strengthening our nation's public health infrastructure, improving quality of care for patients, and supporting our healthcare workforce. And I'm especially pleased that we'll be considering H.R. 6829, the HEARTS Act, which I introduced last year. This bill was inspired by 2 New Jersey families who each tragically lost a child to sudden cardiac arrest during high school sporting events. Sadly, more than 2,000 children and adolescents die this way every year. And my goal in introducing this bill is to help prevent future deaths at cardiac arrest by preparing schools to respond to cardiac emergencies when they occur. The HEARTS Act will raise awareness about the causes of sudden cardiac arrest and ensure schools are more prepared to deal with cardiac emergencies in order to help save lives. Now, while I support the vast majority of the bills from the Health Subcommittee under consideration today, there is one bill I can't support. I continue to have significant concerns with H.R. 5074. I believe it would impede seniors' access to necessary medication and raise their health care costs by further delaying the inclusion of oral-only drugs to treat end-stage renal disease into Medicare Part B. These drugs are crucial for over 60% of patients on dialysis who rely on them for necessary care. And right now, about 20% of Medicare patients on dialysis do not have Part D coverage. Congress has delayed inclusion of these drugs into the ESRD bundle for a decade now at the expense of some seniors without access to prescription drug coverage. And I don't agree with supporters of this legislation who argue that the system is not ready for the transition. I think it's time for the delays to stop and for Congress to ensure patients can access the treatments and care they need. Finally, we'll consider 4 bills that advance out of the Communications and Tech Committee or Subcommittee with unanimous bipartisan support. Taken together, these bills will help protect American networks from security threats while also allowing our country to remain a global leader in communications technology. And I'm pleased that we're considering legislation in particular led by Subcommittee Ranking Member Matsui, H.R. 1513, the Future Networks Act. This bill will establish a task force at the FCC to study 6th-generation or 6G technologies and identify potential supply chain and cybersecurity vulnerabilities. As the next generation of tech is developed, this legislation will help us understand the potential risks to best protect our networks and strengthen the technology's design. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Latta for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Today we are considering 4 pieces of legislation from the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology that passed with bipartisan support. The Chinese Communist Party poses a significant threat to American communications networks. Companies with ties to the CCP can be called upon to support, assist, and cooperate with China's national intelligence work wherever they operate. As a result, the presence of equipment from the Chinese vendors in our network poses a significant threat to our national security. This committee, on a bipartisan basis, has prioritized addressing this threat. We passed the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act to remove Huawei and ZTE equipment from our networks, and we passed the Secure Equipment Act, which prohibits the Federal Communications Commission from authorizing equipment from untrusted vendors. Today's legislation builds on this work. I'm pleased to lead H.R. 7589, the Routers Act. This legislation will require NTIA to study whether certain routers and modems produced by companies with ties to our adversaries pose an unacceptable risk to our national security. Routers from untrusted vendors, particularly those with ties to the CCP, contain vulnerabilities that could be exploited for nefarious purposes, so we need to remove them from our networks. This bill is an important step towards securing our networks from the core to the edge. We are also considering H.R. 2864, the Countering CCP Drones Act, H.R. 820, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, and H.R. 1513, the Future Networks Act. These bills would prohibit the FCC from authorizing DJI drones to operate in the United States due to the threat they pose to national security, require the FCC to annually publish a list of entities with ties to China, Iran, North Korea, or Russia that hold an FCC license, authorization, or other authority, and establish a 6G task force to ensure the U.S. maintains its wireless leadership internationally. I want to thank the minority for working with us in a bipartisan fashion on these bills. I look forward to advancing these bills for House consideration. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further opening statements. Chair recognizes Ms. Eshoo for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning, colleagues. Today we're considering 28 bills, with 16 unanimously advanced by the Health Subcommittee. Most of the bills reauthorize critical public health programs at CDC and HRSA. Several of the health bills support patients with traumatic brain injuries, Alzheimer's disease, and other health conditions, as well as their caregivers. Other bills reauthorize federal programs focused on improving care for children in emergencies and supporting rural emergency medical services. 4 bills were advanced unanimously by our Communications and Technology Subcommittee to maintain our nation's leadership in developing sophisticated telecommunications technology. 7 other bills before us today are partisan attempts to undermine energy efficiency, clean air standards, and pipeline safety. I applaud the work of members that went into the bipartisan proposals before us today, and I'm glad our committee is not allowing critical programs Americans rely on to languish. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman, all of the members and their good work, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Guthrie for 3 minutes for the purposes of offering an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding today's important markup hearing. The legislation before us today will help detect, diagnose, and treat chronic diseases and health conditions at earlier stages, improve the quality of life for individuals with disabilities and their families, help ensure Americans in rural communities have access to life-saving care, and provide additional resources to assist in the development of cutting-edge innovation. Over the past few weeks, we have heard from numerous stakeholders about how the bills we're considering today have helped improve health outcomes for patients across the country, as well as each of these programs and how they can be improved. I thank my Health Subcommittee colleagues for their tireless work to ensure these programs can continue and working hard to get our work done earlier for the programs that expire on September 30th. I am also proud to report that the Health Subcommittee held a markup last week, and almost all the health care bills we're considering today passed unanimously. I look forward to our continued work today on these important health care bills and getting these signed into law. Thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. DeGette for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The PHMSA Office of Pipeline Safety is charged with regulating the safety of onshore pipelines in the United States. PHMSA sets the safety standards that pipelines must comply with, and it inspects interstate pipelines. In 2020, Congress passed the Pipes Act of 2020, which reauthorized PHMSA's pipeline safety activities for 3 years. The safety provisions included in this act are very important. They mandate that the pipeline operators carry out leak detection and repair programs on their own pipelines, require strengthened standards for the safety of LNG facilities, and expand safety requirements and regulations to nearly 500,000 miles of gathering pipelines. And as we know from past occurrences, pipelines are dangerous when they're neglected, and unfortunately, there are fatal incidents every year. On an average, there are over 600 pipeline safety incidents, resulting in 31 injuries and 10 deaths. The Pipeline Safety Authorization Bill, enacted in 2020, expired last September. The committee Republicans didn't do anything last year towards reauthorizing the program, and now we have this draft bill full of partisan poison pill provisions. Ranking Member Pallone and I sent a letter to Chairs Rogers and Duncan in September asking for an oversight hearing, but this didn't happen. Unfortunately, we didn't go through the regular bipartisan reauthorization process, and this is the opposite approach. So, instead of actually looking at pipeline safety, this bill will allow industry to build more pipelines, and the funding in this bill would be for a $42 million cut below current authorized levels. The Energy and Commerce Subcommittee also marked up 5 anti-efficiency bills that would delay and weaken popular energy efficiency programs. Those bills were intended to gut the Department of Energy's ability to finalize and enforce efficiency standard related to different household appliances. The bills didn't have legislative hearings. They will hurt the regular consumer, and yet the Republicans are standing in the way of this progress. So I want to just say vote no on this. But on a different note, I want to thank the chair for her leadership on the Deandra Dixon Include project. We have worked together closely on this bill for many, many years, and it specifically authorizes a key NIH project focusing on that people with Down syndrome are included in medical research that can help them and all of us. And I want to end on that happy note. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Carter for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, for recognizing me during today's markup. One of the bills we are considering today is my legislation, the Air Quality Standards Implementation Act of 2024. This legislation would make critical, common sense updates to the National Ambient Air Quality Standards setting process and provide the states necessary flexibility so they can proactively mitigate wildfire risk. This is an essential piece of legislation that the committee must pass to place a check on just one piece of the EPA's regulatory onslaught. According to the American Action Forum, in 2023 alone, the Biden EPA finalized regulations costing American industry $70.6 billion. And that's if you take the EPA's cost calculations at their word. But they did not stop there. Just 3.5 months into 2024, the EPA has already finalized another whopping $17.7 billion in regulatory actions, and that is not counting today's finalized tailpipe standards. These totals dwarf all other federal agencies. Notably, the Securities and Exchange Commission clocked in as the second largest regulatory cost contributor in 2023, adding $19.6 billion in costs on industry, more than $50 billion less than the EPA's activity. While our Democratic colleagues seem to think these are just numbers on a sheet of paper, their costly agenda is harming American families and communities across the country. Just last week, an aluminum manufacturing plant in Missouri with enough capacity to produce as much as 30% of the country's supply of aluminum closed its doors and took 400 jobs with it. In February, a tin mill facility in West Virginia that once employed 6,100 people shut its doors permanently. These heartbreaking stories and countless others are becoming all too frequent. In a recent survey from the National Association of Manufacturers, a majority of respondents stated that the Biden administration's new regulations may undermine their day-to-day business operations, will be costly to implement, and will take a significant amount of time to understand and comply with. We can do better. capturing that American manufacturing renaissance while still protecting the environment. My legislation does just that, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further opening statements. Chair recognizes Mr. Does Doris Matsui have one? Matsui, does she have one? Yes. Chair recognizes Ms. Matsui for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As both Chairman Lotto and I noted at last week's Communications and Technology Subcommittee markup, the stakes for continued U.S. technological leadership couldn't be higher. If we fall behind our global adversaries, the implications for both our economy and national security will be severe. As we've seen across the technological landscape, China, Russia, Iran, and others are stepping up efforts to undermine America's interests. This is especially true for the industries under our subcommittee's jurisdiction. That's why I'm glad we're advancing a slate of bills to counter these targeted influence campaigns and reassert American leadership. I'm particularly glad the Futures Networks Act is on the agenda today. To maintain our lead in wireless communications, we need to be taking steps now to prepare for the next generation of networks. As China leans on Huawei and other companies to advance its interests in international standard-setting bodies, the U.S. needs to stay vigilant and engaged. This bill would assemble our nation's brightest minds from industry, government, and academia on the 6G task force. The task force will provide vital insights on the development of 6G and the strategically important standards body. The bipartisan bill will make a crucial down payment on American leadership by ensuring the U.S. is taking the necessary steps to lead. And our subcommittee has also advanced legislation to combat the influence of adversarial governments across the technological landscape. I'm glad this committee will be reporting them to the floor soon, and I hope they receive a vote soon. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Duncan for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. 6 of the bills we're marking up today will continue our work in delivering affordable and reliable energy to all Americans. We'll be taking up my bill, H.R. 7655, the Pipeline Safety and Modernization and Accountability Act of 2024. We'll also call up a series of bills to stop the Biden administration's war on Americans' homes through aggressive and unlawful appliance standards. On pipeline safety, the United States has more than 3.4 million miles of pipelines. To meet this country's growing energy demands, we must modernize and expand our pipeline infrastructure. This is exactly what H.R. 7655 does. It would reauthorize the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, as it's more commonly known, pipeline safety program for 5 years and update policies to construct and operate pipelines. It reduce energy prices for Americans, strengthen the safety of pipelines and LNG facilities, increase energy reliability, and encourage innovation and investment in new technologies. This legislation is a product of the committee process. We held a legislative hearing on the discussion draft where we heard from both PHMSA Deputy Administrator Tristan Brown, as well as stakeholder panel representing those responsible for delivering liquid fuels safely and reliably to millions of Americans. Based on their testimonies, we incorporated additional provisions to the bill, many of which were included in the Transportation Infrastructure Committee's bill. This committee has also heard testimony from energy reliability experts, grid operators, state public utility commissioners, and FERC commissioners that the lack of pipeline capacity in this country has contributed to reliability issues. This bill responds to these warnings by incorporating policies focused on pipeline expansion as well as safety. The Energy and Commerce Committee plays a critical role in reauthorizing PHMSA, and I hope my colleagues will support this legislation. On home appliances, another avenue by which the Biden administration has threatened affordability for Americans is through its aggressive and overreaching energy efficiency mandates. This administration is using efficiency and appliance standards to pursue climate objectives over consumer choice. They started last year by trying to ban gas stoves, and they're now working to impose mandates on every appliance in your home. These bills that we're considering today will prohibit the Secretary of Energy from imposing new efficiency mandates or enforcing existing standards for washing machines, clothes dryers, dishwashers, refrigerators, freezers, and room air conditioners. Unless the standards are cost-effective and technologically feasible, save the consumers money, save a significant amount of energy. I hope my Democrat colleagues will join us in supporting the efficiency standards that save money and energy for all Americans, including their constituents. And I urge my colleagues to support these measures. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unhealthy air quality is incredibly dangerous to human health. And as we generate more robust and precise scientific evidence, our understanding of these health effects becomes more and more clear. That is why the National Ambient Air Quality Standards are so important. This standards-setting process requires regular reviews and updates to ensure public health is adequately protected. And this process has been incredibly effective. We've been able to significantly grow our economy while reducing pollution and protecting Americans. But today, we will consider the Air Quality Standards Implementation Act of 2024, which would completely undermine the Clean Air Act. This bill fails to appreciate just how bad unhealthy air is, and that so many Americans live with unsafe air today. There is no doubt that numerous provisions in this proposal will make EPA less likely to strengthen standards in the future, even if the scientific evidence would warrant it. So I would encourage members to oppose this bill and instead celebrate the Clean Air Act. The existing process has a 50-plus year track record of success, driving innovation in pollution control technologies and enabling the cost-effective reduction of pollution. There is no doubt that the progress that has been made would not have been possible absent this law, and there is clearly still work to be done. This bill will take us backwards, and I must encourage members to oppose it. Despite my disappointment with the Environment Subcommittee's bill, I would like to express my appreciation to Chairs Rogers and Guthrie and Ranking Members Pallone and Eshoo, and the committee members and staff who have worked to advance 3 critical Alzheimer's bills today. I also want to thank New York's Capital Region community living with Alzheimer's who inspire me to help lead this fight. I see your pain and struggles, but also your strength and your resilience. I look forward to moving forward the National Alzheimer's Project Act Reauthorization Act, the Alzheimer's Accountability and Investment Act, and the Bold Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Reauthorization Act. These are meaningful bills that will bring investments, bring coordination, and bring hope to so many Americans that are part of the Alzheimer's community. With that, I thank you again, Madam Chair, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair calls up H.R. 2864 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2864, a bill to amend the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act of 2019 to provide for the addition of certain equipment and
Without
services.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none? Question occurs on approving H.R. 2864 as amended, and roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. Eshoo votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Duncan recorded?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Obernolte?
Mr. Obernolte is not recorded. Obernolte votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes aye.
Ms. Lesko?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas?
Oh, Mr. Cardenas is not recorded. Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Cardens. Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 nays.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 820 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 820, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, question now occurs on approving H.R. 820 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Duncan recorded?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
Ms. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Fluger?
Mr. Fluger is not recorded. Fluger votes aye.
Ms. Lesko?
Lesko is not reported. Lesko votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 1513 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1513, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force to be known as the 6G Task Force and for
Without
other
objection,
purposes.
the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll. The vote occurs on approving H.R. 1513 as amended. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Ms. Lesko recorded?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fluger? Oh, you're fine. Okay, very good. Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7598, 89, 7589, and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7589, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to conduct a study of the national security risks posed by consumer routers, modems, and devices.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 7589, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Lesko recorded?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks is not recorded. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Fulcher votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 619 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 619, a bill to extend the National Alzheimer's Project.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the vote occurs on approving H.R. 619 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. 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 Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Lesko recorded?
Ms. Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 620 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 620, a bill to require an annual budget estimate for the initiatives of the National Institutes of Health pursuant
Without
to report.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HR 620, and the roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
How is Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not reported.
Aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 7218 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7218, a bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to extend the program for promotion of public health knowledge and awareness of Alzheimer's disease and related
Without
dementias.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HR 7218, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Griffith recorded?
Mr. Griffith is not recorded. Griffith votes aye.
How's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Crenshaw votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 4581 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4581, a bill to amend Title V of the Social Security Act to support stillbirth prevention and research.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on yes? Yes, for what purpose does Ms. Castor seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as a co-sponsor, I rise in support of H.R. 4581. But I also want to reiterate the need for our committee to consider and pass the bipartisan Shine for Autumn Act that I co-lead with Reps. Kim, Kelly, and Joyce. Shine for Autumn is not new to this committee because we passed it in the last Congress, but the need to enact it into law is still urgent. Stillbirth is a public health crisis in the United States with over 21,000 stillbirths every year, almost 60 babies dying every day. And like too many other maternal and child health issues, there are persistent and long-standing disparities, with Black women more than twice as likely to experience stillbirth than white women. At least 1 out of every 4 stillbirths are estimated to be preventable, but there is still so much that we do not know. That's why we need real change that will lead to measurable improvements in outcomes for families. And the Shine for Autumn Act would improve surveillance and data collection relating to stillbirth nationwide and invest in research to examine the causes and risk factors. Additionally, it would seek to increase education and awareness around stillbirth. We need a clear picture as to why babies are dying if we want to make progress towards reducing stillbirth rates and improving outcomes. With timely and accurate data, we can begin to understand the underlying causes and guide our policy actions and much-needed strategies for prevention. Together, our committee can address the serious maternal and infant health crisis that is tearing families apart and causing significant pain and trauma. I understand that committee staff are working in a bipartisan manner to move the bill forward, and I want to thank them for their efforts. So while I do support the passage of this bill, 4581, I urge us not to forget the urgency or the need to pass the bipartisan Shine for Autumn Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. And yes, we are continuing to work on the Shine for Autumn Act and look forward to moving it out of committee also. Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on this bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 4581 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 2706 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2706, a bill to prohibit discrimination on the basis of mental or physical disability in cases of organ transplants.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Ms. Kamick seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to committee print of H.R. 2706, offered by Ms. Kamick. Page 10, line 23,
Without
insert.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so grateful to see my bill, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act, included in today's markup. As many of you know, this bill is named for Charlotte Woodward, who is here with us today.
Hey, there's Charlotte. Yay! Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you.
Dare I say, a future member of Congress.
I think so.
This bill, named after Charlotte, an adult woman living with Down syndrome who is here today, she received a life-saving heart transplant over 12 years ago. However, not all individuals with disabilities have been given the same opportunity. 2 of my constituents, Bobby and Josh Sarmentio, have been loving parents in one of our communities in Ocala, Florida, and tragically lost their son, baby Zion, who was born with Down syndrome and in need of a heart transplant at just 6 months of age. Zion's family was told that his life did not have the same value as yours or mine because of his disability. To me, this is disgusting, unacceptable, and makes this issue extremely personal for me. Charlotte's bill would seek to prevent this type of discrimination by providing a path for timely relief at the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Health and Human Services. My amendment makes a technical change to ensure that the Office of Civil Rights can appropriately review these discrimination claims in an expedited manner. I again want to thank my colleague, Representative Debbie Dingell, for helping lead this effort across the aisle, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Mrs. Dingell.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Disabilities Caucus, I'm proud to have led the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act alongside my colleague, Rep. Kat Kamak. I want to thank everybody here, and especially you, Kat, for working with us to get this today so we can all support it. This amendment really matters. Kat's already talked about Charlotte. She's really become an inspiration in my life, and we love seeing you every time we consider it. You're here to be the face of this. In Charlotte's honor, this important bill prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in the organ transplant system. Specifically, it prohibits eligible individuals from being denied a life-saving transplant procedure based solely on their disability status. It is unthinkable that people with disabilities are passed over for life-saving transplants based on discriminatory and subjective assumptions about their ability to comply with post-operative care. With this legislation, we can take action to ensure that all Americans, regardless of their disability status, receive equitable access to the care they need. Thank you, Charlotte, for your advocacy, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Soto seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also thank Representatives Kamick and Dingell for this great bill. We're joined not only by Charlotte Woodward, thank you for being here, also one of my constituents, Carlos Archia Cady, also an organ transplant recipient. You know, in Central Florida, we have folks come from around the world to get organ transplant surgeries. Folks come in and their families get to go to the theme parks while family members are undergoing these serious treatments. And I know it wouldn't be the Central Florida way to see something like this happen. Many people would be shocked to know that you can be discriminated against for disability for when you're getting a transplant. Denial of an organ transplant based on disability that is not medically significant is absolutely critical for fairness as we're going forward and we're looking at critical healthcare rules, especially those with a support network. We need to give folks a chance. It's been 24 years since we saw the Americans with Disabilities Act passed, and we still have a long way to go, but I'm excited that this is a step closer to the grand promise of that act. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 2706 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latham. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter.
Sorry. I messed up. Clerk will suspend the vote. We need to vote on the amendment. So there was an amendment offered by Kat Kamick. So the vote's going to occur on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote now occurs on H.R. 2706 as amended. Clerk will start the roll again.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act is adopted. All right, very good. Chair calls up H.R. 4646 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4646, a bill to reauthorize the Rural Emergency Medical Service Training and Equipment Assistance Program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 4646, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Craig. Schreier. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Castor recorded?
Ms. Castor is not recorded.
How's
Castor votes aye.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Ms. Schreier?
Schreier is not recorded. Schreier votes aye.
Mr. Soto?
Soto is not recorded. Soto votes aye.
Clerk will... Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Tonko votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 6160 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6160, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize a lifespan respite care program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 6160, and a roll call vote has been requested.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Aye. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Aye. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Aye. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Aye. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Ms. Miller Meeks?
Ms. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 6960 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6960, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Emergency Medical Services for Children program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, in Congress, and especially in this committee, we're focused on increasing the accessibility, affordability, and quality of health care for all patients, including children. That is why I'm pleased to see my bipartisan bill, the Emergency Medical Services for Children Reauthorization Act, is included in this markup. This bill reauthorizes grants that focus on addressing the unique needs of children in emergency medical systems with the ultimate goal of reducing the prevalence of morbidity and mortality in children that may occur as a result of acute illness and severe injury. For nearly 4 decades, the Emergency Medical Services for Children program has been the only federal grant program specifically focused on addressing the needs of children in emergency medical systems. As we all know, children have special health needs, whether children require emergency care following a car crash or fall ill in the middle of the night with nowhere else to turn. Our emergency medical system needs to have staff trained to treat children. A major part of that is providing the resources to equip healthcare professionals with the right size medical tools. As a pharmacist, I understand how critical it is that children receive care that is specialized to their unique needs. That's why I'm proud to be leading the reauthorization of the Emergency Medical Services for Children program, which has proven to be an effective approach for saving America's children. I thank Representative Castor, Dr. Joyce, and Dr. Schreier for working with me on this legislation. I ask all my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek to be recognized? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 6960, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye. Ms. Craig is not recorded. Craig votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7153 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7153, a bill to reauthorize the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection
Without
Act.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 7153, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye. Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7251 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7251, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize certain poison control programs.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I am pleased to see the full committee consider H.R. 7251, a bill that I helped introduce which would reauthorize funding for poison control centers through 2029. These centers ensure that individuals and families have the ready access to assistance when facing an accidental poisoning or toxic exposure-related emergency. Continued support of poison control centers is critical. In fact, it can be life-saving. I would also like to thank Rep. Chavez de Reamer, the lead of this bill, as well as co-leads Rep. Davis and Rep. Phyllis McCormick for their work on this important legislation. This reauthorization will enable poison control centers to remain fully staffed by experienced professionals. These experts are relied upon not only by Americans experiencing an emergency, but also by healthcare providers throughout our country. Poison control centers and their staff save lives through their depth of knowledge and their quick response. As a member of this Energy and Commerce Committee, I am glad to see continued work on this issue, and I am hopeful that this bill will advance to a vote in the full House of Representatives and ultimately be signed into law. I urge all of my colleagues to support this life-saving bill and yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on approving H.R. 7251 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 47 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7224 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7224, a bill to amend the Public Service Act to reauthorize the Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond to Health and Wellness Training
Without
Program.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 7224, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Aye. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Curtis recorded?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 7208 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7208, a bill to reauthorize the Traumatic Brain Injury Program and for other
Without
purposes.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Do you need to be recognized? I have the aids. Okay. Chair,
On the seven, yeah, the traumatic brain.
okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Pallone.
I have an amendment at the desk. Pallone 001.
The clerk will report the amendment.
We're on 7208, right?
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print of H.R. 7208.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer my amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Traumatic Brain Injury Reauthorization Act. And this aims makes one bipartisan change from our subcommittee markup to amend the matching grant program to be more equitable for the states. As we know, the goal of these state partnership programs is to ensure that every state has coordinated systems of care in place that provide resources to people with brain injury and their families with a focus on improved long-term outcomes. And this change will be another step forward in meeting this mission. I'd like to thank not only the chairwoman, our colleagues, and the staff for supporting the underlying bill and working with me on the reauthorization. And I also want to thank my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, for his tireless advocacy in support of people with brain injuries. More than 2 decades ago, Congressman Pasquale founded the Bipartisan Congressional Brain Injury Task Force, and since then they've enacted laws and secured hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to support accident victims, veterans, athletes, and others experiencing traumatic brain injury. Representative Pasquale's interest in brain injuries began during his first campaign for Congress in 1996 when he met a soon-to-be constituent named Dennis John Benigno. After suffering a traumatic brain injury at the age of 15, Mr. Benigno began advocating for more TBI research and funding to close the knowledge gap and search for a cure. But sadly, Dennis John passed away earlier this year. But the bipartisan work today by our committee is our chance to honor his and so many others' legacy affected from TBIs. So again, I urge support of this aims and the underlying bill before us to continue HHS's critical work until 2029. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HR 7208 as amended. Oh, the amendment. Yes, thank you. We're going to vote on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment, the Ains is adopted. Question now occurs on approving HR 7208 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Hirschberger. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Ms. Hirschberger recorded?
Ms. Harshbarger is not recorded. Harshbarger votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up HR 6829 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6829, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize and support the creation and dissemination of cardiomyopathy education, awareness.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Pallone seek recognition?
To strike the last word on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud that today we are advancing my bill, H.R. 6829, the Cardiomyopathy Health Education Awareness and Research and AED Training in the Schools Act, or we call it the HEARTS Act. This important bill tackles the crisis of sudden cardiac death among our country's school-aged children and adolescents. I introduced this bill last December after hearing about 2 New Jersey families who had each lost a child to sudden cardiac arrest during high school sporting events. And thousands of school-aged kids die this way every single year. But the good news is that bystander intervention can help save many of these lives. So the HEARTS Act utilizes evidence-based principles to drastically increase the chance of survival for children who experience a cardiac emergency in school. The bill directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in consultation with the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to develop educational materials on common high-risk cardiac conditions, as well as guidelines on the placement of automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, in schools. It also provides resources to schools to help them implement cardiac emergency response plans and reauthorizes a federal grant program to help them purchase AEDs. This multi-pronged approach ensures that schools not only have the resources to secure life-saving AED technology, but also that teachers and school administrators are knowledgeable and prepared to intervene using CPR and AEDs in the case of a cardiac emergency. Additionally, the HEARTS Act supports sudden cardiac arrest survivors and others living with cardiomyopathy. The bill instructs the CDC to report its findings on current research and surveillance activities related to cardiomyopathy across the lifespan. It also allows the National Institutes of Health to expand and coordinate research activities with respect to cardiomyopathy, similar to the way we do for Alzheimer's and other diseases of national priority. The HEARTS Act takes a comprehensive evidence-based approach that gives kids a fighting chance of surviving sudden cardiac arrest, and this bill has the potential to save thousands of lives every single year. So I thank the chair and the committee for their strong bipartisan support of this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 6829 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye. Guthrie votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 0 noes. Oh,
Well, I haven't gavelled it. I haven't called it. Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 7189 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7189, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize a national congenital heart disease research,
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Bilirakis?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues here to support my bill, H.R. 7189, the Congenital Heart Futures Reauthorization Act. This legislation will reauthorize the National Congenital Heart Disease Research, Surveillance, and Awareness Program at HHS for the next 5 years. We've made great progress over the years in congenital heart disease research and care, and I'm proud to have been involved in the creation of this program and its reauthorization efforts previously. We've heard from stakeholders that the needs for this patient community have been evolving as the number of adults living with CHD in the United States has been steadily increasing, thank goodness, with estimates suggesting approximately 2 million currently affected and a projected annual growth rate of 5%. We also know that there is a critical transition point as patients grow from pediatric to adult care, requiring specialized medical attention and coordination to ensure continuity of care. Too often, due to workforce challenges and education gaps, patients with CHD face significant barriers in access to care. That's why I'm glad the subcommittee, in the subcommittee, we were able to include language that requires HHS to issue a comprehensive assessment regarding the acute needs of congenital heart patients nationwide, examine research gaps, and evaluate and provide recommendations on how to improve the workforce and strengthen training for providers to help reduce these barriers. HHS will be required to consult on long-term strategies with stakeholders in the patient and provider community. So we can learn how best to address shortages, increase awareness, and offer best practices. We'll be bringing together the relevant researchers and agencies such as CDC, HRSA, and NIH together to examine these needs and foster collaboration. That's the key as far as I'm concerned, collaboration. Together, we can improve long-term health outcomes and quality of life for congenital heart for the community, and I believe H.R. 7189 will take a significant step towards improving our continued efforts to research and care for patients with CHD. I want to thank my fellow leads on this legislation, bipartisan effort, Representative Soto, Carter, Schiff, Salazar, and Cardenas for their support on this initiative, as well as Senators Durbin, Young, in the Senate. And I hope we can quickly move passage on the House floor. I want to thank the chairman for agendaing the bill today, and thank you for bringing it up. And let's pass it out and get it to the floor as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Chair, for what purpose does Mr. Soto seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I want to thank my colleague and fellow Floridian, Representative Bilirakis, for this good bill. We know congenital heart disease can take many forms and arrives since birth. And when you think about these children who live their whole lives with these struggles, we really need to be continuing to invest in research and in various different best practices, as well as with our healthcare institutions, to give them a fighting chance in life. We know with ever-increasing advances in cardiology and in congenital heart disease research that we need to remain committed to give them a chance to have a long and healthy life and to be able to work alongside their parents to give them access to critical types of resources and healthcare. So thank you so much, Representative. I yield to Representative Cardenas.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a point of personal privilege. We have a lot of amazing people behind the scenes, staff, who do the wonderful work that they do. Today, we're taking up 28 bills, and you're going to hear yes or aye votes on almost everyone from both sides of the aisle. And that doesn't happen by accident. There's a lot of work that goes along in the background here, making sure that we can negotiate, making sure that we can come to terms with each other, making sure that we can do the work for the people of this great country. And those of us who have our name right in front of us and people know who we are, our name is on the door, et cetera, we run for office to have this honor and this privilege. But yet at the same time, we couldn't do it if we weren't blessed with amazing staff. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to Mariah Phillips. You are now leaving my office. And we all know this, everybody up here knows you got amazing staff, and then people are trying to take them away. And we have wonderful staff who are committed to public service, and they say no, 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 no. And then eventually, they have to say yes. It's about time our wonderful staff gets to have nice things. because we don't pay them what they're worth here. And eventually, they get an opportunity to go somewhere else. In Mariah's case, she's going to be working still in the public sphere, but she's going to be focusing on 988, which is something that we championed here in this committee and this Congress just a few years ago. And it's now going to be hopefully prolific and successful around the country in saving lives. So she's going to still be doing the wonderful work that she did for all of us and somewhere else. So Mariah, can you
Yep, very
stand up?
good. All right, congratulations.
And every time somebody leaves my team, it hurts, but it feels good to see you go somewhere else and do wonderful work. And then lo and behold, God is good because somebody else comes in and fills their shoes and just takes it to the next level. And Mariah, you did that. My biggest portfolio, by the way, since I've been a congressman for 12 years, is healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. And you've done an amazing job, not only for me, but for this committee and this country. And then Daniela, welcome, our former fellow. We pulled her back in because she impressed us so much. And surprise, surprise, we called her and said, how would you like to work on the Hill permanently? So thank you, Daniela, for answering the call. I yield back.
Thank you, and
That's great.
I appreciate Representative Cardenas's leadership on this bill, along with Schiff, Salazar, and Carter. And I yield back.
Very good. Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 7189 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Or Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there are 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7406 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7406, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is open for amendment at any point, so ordered. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. The clerk will report.
Can the chair clarify which amendment?
This is the Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
7406.
objection, the reading is dispensed with. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. I want to speak in support of this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the underlying bill. It makes technical changes to the legislation. And then I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. The clerk would report the amendment to the Ains.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7406, offered by Chair Rogers.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. I want to speak in support of the amendment to the Ains for H.R. 7406, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act of 2024. I'm incredibly proud to lead this bill. As introduced, the bill authorizes funding for the program at $250 million per fiscal year. My amendment will lower the authorization level to the current appropriated level of $90 million per fiscal year. This will hopefully help ease passage by the full House into law, but I want to make clear this funding level is not sufficient to fully support the research, activities, and resources of the Include project that will benefit the Down syndrome community and all patients across the United States. I will continue to use my time in Congress to work across the aisle and the Capitol, both to get this program authorized and to increase the funding dedicated to this program. And I'm proud to lead this bill along with Representatives Diana DeGette, Tom Cole, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Rosa DeLauro, and Pete Stauber. I hope we can support this amendment by voice vote, and I recommend a yes on the bill today. Further discussion? Yes, Chair
Move to strike the last word.
Ms. DeGette is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I really, again, appreciate you bringing this important bill, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act of 2024, forward. I reluctantly agree to this amendment because, like you, I know that it really is going to take $250 million for the research we need. On the other hand, since a lower amount has been appropriated, we just need to get this going. And so I will commit to you in the next Congress, when you're gone, I will carry the torch forward and make sure that this research is funded at the level it needs to be. And I also, so as to not take too much of our colleagues' time, I want to talk about the bill very briefly. It's so important, and I've spent a long time thinking about individuals with Down syndrome because there was never any research done about this. People just sort of neglected this whole population. And in 2018, and you and I had a lot to do with this, NIH launched the Include project, which investigated conditions that affect individuals with Down syndrome and the general population, like Alzheimer's disease, autism, cataracts, celiac disease, congenital heart disease, and diabetes. But even though they've been doing the research for 6 years, there's no specific authorization in statute for the project. And so this bill creates the authorization. It helps ensure the continuation of the program. Individuals with Down syndrome, they have a different disease spectrum from people without Down syndrome. And so if you include individuals with Down syndrome in research, it not only benefits them, it benefits the general population. And that's why this is such an important piece of legislation. I'm happy to support this, happy to support the Ains and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, or gentlewoman? Gentlewoman yields back. Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment to the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Vote occurs now on the Ains as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Ains as amended is adopted. The vote now occurs on approving H.R. 7406 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Vesey votes aye.
I'm blanking on her name. How is,
Ms. Clark is not recorded. Clark votes aye.
the clerk will report?
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3916 as amended and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3916, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize and improve the National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection
Without
Program.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3916 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye. Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Dunn votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Pence recorded?
Mr. Pence is not recorded. Pence votes aye.
Ms. Lesko?
Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 5074 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5074, a bill to amend the American Taxpayer Relief Act of 2012 to delay implementation of the inclusion of oral-only
Without
ESRD-related.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition, offer an amendment to H.R. 5074, the Kidney Patient Act.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5074.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer this bipartisan amendment that I'm leading with Representatives Custer, Carroll Miller, and Sewell. The Kidney Patient Act, which preserves patient access, choice, and coverage in phosphate management for patients with end-stage renal disease, is a must-pass policy. There are more than 1 in 7 adults, or about 35.5 million people, living with chronic kidney disease in the United States. Many of these patients have kidney failure and are on dialysis up to 3 days a week, often leaving fatigued. One of the biggest challenges patients with kidney failure experience is managing high levels of phosphate in their blood, which can heighten the risk for heart attack, stroke, or amputations if left untreated. The standard of care for high phosphate is medication, known as phosphate-lowering therapies or PLTs. And these drugs must be taken outside of the dialysis setting since they must be taken with food, and you are prohibited from eating in the dialysis setting. Patients and their prescribing physicians currently have access to these drugs, but that would change under CMS's plan to add phosphate-lowering therapies into Medicare Part B end-stage renal disease prospective payment system by 2025. Failing to act now will threaten kidney disease patients' access to life-saving medications and increase patient out-of-pocket costs for their dialysis treatments. Furthermore, once these drugs move to Part B, many patients will have a higher copay for certain binders that they currently have in Part D. According to the Congressional Budget Office, moving the phosphate-lowering drugs into the bundle will increase Medicare Part B premiums for all beneficiaries. I'm also aware that since this policy was put into place, a majority of patients have since elected Medicare Advantage and now have prescription drug coverage. Moving these drugs into the bundle is bad for the practice of nephrology. It's bad for patient care, and it increases costs to both the system and to Medicare patients. The Kidney Patient Act is common sense legislation that will ensure patients with severe kidney disease who are on dialysis can continue to receive quality health care. As amended, the Bipartisan Kidney Patient Act will delay this move until 2027, extending patients' ability to access oral-only drugs through Medicare Part D. This amendment will give us much-needed time to study patient impact, particularly those patients with end-stage renal disease who are newly enrolled in the Medicare Advantage program. It also has broad community support from more than 70 organizations, including the National Minority Quality Forum, representing patients, providers, and advocates in support of this bill. I'd also like to read a statement from a patient in Georgia who will be negatively impacted if CMS moves these oral-only phosphate-lowering therapies into the bundle. She says, and I quote, "Ensuring the passage of the Kidney Patient Act is crucial for safeguarding the well-being of dialysis patients," unquote. This amendment to the Kidney Patient Act passed the Ways and Means Committee with a vote of 41-1. Let me repeat that. 41 bipartisan members of the Ways and Means Committee voted in support of this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment to the Kidney Patient Act and protect end-stage renal disease patients across the country. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield
Does the
back.
gentleman yield?
I'll yield to Dr. Bouchon.
I'll be brief. As co-chair of the House Kidney Caucus, I'm in support of this amendment and the underlying bill. I think, feeling that you can put these drugs into the bundle, that more patients will get access, is actually the opposite is true. If this happens, it will further limit access to these medications, which Mr. Carter outlined very thoroughly. And so, as a physician, and again, as co-chair of the House Kidney Caucus, I'm in strong support of the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back to Mr. Carter.
Anyone else need time? Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Palone's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word in opposition to the aims and the underlying bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And I will say maybe partially in tongue-in-cheek to Mr. Carty that I'm not impressed by Ways and Means action. Not today or any day, but that's okay. My concern is that this bill would keep a single class of drugs, namely oral-only phosphate binders, out of the Medicare end-stage renal disease ESRD prospective payment system bundle. I believe that another 2-year delay in bringing this class of drugs into the ESRD bundle will prevent seniors from accessing necessary medication and raise health care costs for Medicare beneficiaries. In 2008, Congress passed the Medicare Improvements for Patients and Providers Act, or MIPA, which created a bundled payment for renal dialysis services. A bundled payment for all items and services gives beneficiaries predictability and protection from high out-of-pocket costs, ensuring they're not hit with surprise bills for items and services outside of the ESRD bundle. While oral-only drugs were intended to be included in the ESRD bundle in 2014, Congress has since delayed their inclusion on 3 separate occasions, amounting to an 11-year delay. Now, a decade later, manufacturers of these drugs are once again pushing for another delay so they can keep drug prices high at the expense of seniors. Oral-only phosphate binders are currently the only item that remains outside the ESRD bundle payment, other than new technologies which are separately paid on a temporary basis. These oral-only ESRD drugs are crucial for over 60% of patients on dialysis who rely on them to regulate their phosphate levels. I also understand that dialysis patients take on average between 7 and 15 prescribed medications, resulting in them taking up to 19 pills per day, a pill burden that contributes to high out-of-pocket drug costs and difficult decisions about which medications they should prioritize. In fact, the price of one of the newer drugs in this class of phosphate binders is a whopping $35,520 per year. That's approximately $2,960 a month for patients without Part D coverage. It's nearly the cost of providing dialysis for an entire year to a Medicare beneficiary. The drug companies that manufacture this drug know that they will not be able to charge this price once phosphate binders are incorporated into the ESRD bundle, which is why they're working so hard to ensure that the drug stays out of the bundle. Now, 1 in 5 Medicare patients on dialysis do not have Part D coverage. These Medicare beneficiaries currently struggle to access the necessary medications, and they have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket costs. While proponents of this bill argue without evidence that these beneficiaries have access to other forms of coverage, it's not accurate. According to MedPAC, 36,000 Medicare beneficiaries on dialysis have no other forms of credible coverage. And this is tens of thousands of dialysis patients who have to pay hundreds or even thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket just to access these medications. I'm also concerned that this bill would further exacerbate gaps in health outcomes. Black patients are 3 times more likely to experience kidney failure, and 1 in 3 Black Medicare beneficiaries will be diagnosed with chronic kidney disease in their lifetime. Additionally, Black patients are more likely to report difficulty affording their prescription drugs. Another delay would extend unequal access to necessary medications and result in high out-of-pocket drug costs for minority and medically underserved communities. Now, CMS has found that inclusion of oral drugs into the bundle actually increases access for minority communities. In 2018, oral calcium matics were incorporated into the bundle, and subsequently CMS observed increased access and significant increases in utilization among all patients, with a more significant uptake among Black and Hispanic patients. I'd like to address the arguments made by some stakeholders that a 2-year delay is necessary because the dialysis industry is not ready for these changes. In fact, CMS has communicated that they are ready to include these drugs in the ESRD bundle beginning in 2025, and GAO has confirmed that dialysis organizations have the capacity and the distribution system to dispense oral-only ESRD drugs to Medicare beneficiaries, which they're already doing. Another delay is unnecessary, in my opinion, and will only harm patients' access to these drugs. For For over a decade, delays in moving oral-only drugs into the Part B ESRD bundle have resulted in lack of access to necessary medications for seniors. Another two-year delay in bringing this drug into the ESRD bundle will continue to lock seniors out of coverage for necessary medications or force them to pay thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket costs. So I think it's time for Congress to close this loophole, and I urge my colleagues to oppose both the AINS and the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Sarbanes seek recognition?
Thank you, and thank you for the Greek pronunciation of my name. I appreciate that. I just want to support what Ranking Member Pallone just said. A couple of things. I have concerns about the bill. Many of the things that he mentioned, this delay, I don't think can be supported or justified at this point. I mean, we're talking about already a delay of more than a decade in terms, excuse me, in terms of getting these drugs into the bundling structure, and that's resulted in lack of access, as he said. The reliance of patients, over 60% of them, dialysis patients who need these phosphate binders to regulate their phosphate levels, that's incredibly important and of consequence in this conversation. The fact that these drugs are covered under Medicare Part D, but 20% of the patients don't have that coverage, and therefore they're going to struggle with and they are struggling with the expensive medications, and we've discussed and the ranking members indicated the number of pills that need to be taken per day here, so that's something that we have to take into consideration. We know the important role that dialysis facilities play in ensuring Medicare beneficiaries receive appropriate treatment. These facilities already dispense other types of oral-only drugs and have the capacity to dispense these oral-only drugs to Medicare beneficiaries. It matters to me that CMS has concluded that the dialysis centers have the capacity to make this change, and that including oral-only drugs in the bundle will increase access and utilization for dialysis, which Representative Pallone indicated. I also note the GAO issued a report last year concluding that providers are ready to take this on. Let me just finish by noting that in a prior life as an attorney, I represented a lot of healthcare providers that were often in this position of having to navigate the payment mechanisms. In fact, I represented dialysis providers who had to navigate that, and I understand why there can be some anxiety when these adjustments get made on the payment side. But frankly, when I was in that role, it meant something to me that a GAO would have done the work it did, that CMS had reached the conclusions that it has. That would be compelling. And I saw how providers, once those judgments had been made by these agencies, in fact, were in a position to do this and do this well. So for those reasons, I oppose the bill and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the AINS. Oh, for what purpose does Ms. Eshoo seek recognition?
I seek recognition to strike the last word, speak on the amendment, Madam Chairwoman.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I support the bipartisan amendment offered by Representatives Custer and Carter. The amendment is a bipartisan agreement advanced by the Ways and Means Committee by a vote of 41-1. I know that Mr. Pallone has said that doesn't mean anything to him, but I think it should be considered. The amendment delays including oral-only phosphate binders in the end-state renal disease payment bundle for 2 years. That's a reduction from the 10-year delay called for in the original legislation. Patient groups such as the National Minority Quality Forum and nephrologists, including Stanford nephrologist Dr. Glenn Chertow, are concerned that if the phosphate binders move into the bundle, then dialysis centers will push patients toward cheaper calcium-based phosphate binders whose overuse, and this has been documented over and over again, where overuse can cause vascular problems. According to the GAO report published in November of last year, CMS has not yet developed quality measures to track whether patients experience poor outcomes from being pushed toward cheaper binders. So the 2-year delay of the policy would give CMS the time to develop the quality measures needed to see if care is affected by the shift to the bundle. Also, according to the GAO report, dialysis centers still need to greatly expand their prescribing capacity before they're ready to dispense the phosphate binders. Dialysis centers report needing to hire more staff, update their IT systems, establish storage space, and develop guidance for staff about administering the drugs. So for these reasons, I'm going to vote to delay this policy for 2 years, but I would call on CMS and the dialysis centers to immediately begin preparing for the legislation to go into effect in 2027. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Just on the bill itself.
The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 5074 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Schikowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly.
Okay, well, she didn't hear.
Kelly votes aye. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
We were all saying yes because Frank said it.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Pallone is recorded as aye.
Yeah, it should have been a no. I'm sorry.
Pallone is off aye and on no.
How am I recorded? How am I recorded?
Duncan is not recorded.
Aye.
Duncan votes aye. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
The clerk call the roll of members that aren't recorded.
Curtis. Miller Meeks. DeGette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Blunt Rochester. Craig. Oh, Craig is already recorded. Oh, Craig is recorded as no. Should be everyone.
All right, how is Ms. Matsui recorded?
Matsui. Ms. Matsui is recorded as aye. Matsui is off aye and on no.
How's Ms. Castro recorded?
Ms. Castor is recorded as aye. I'd like to go to no. Castor is off aye and on no.
How's Mr. Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is recorded as aye.
To demonstrate the power of independent thinking, I'd like to be a no on this one, please.
Sarbanes is off aye and on no.
And how's Mr. Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is recorded as aye.
Can I please change that vote to a no?
Tonko is off aye and on no.
All right, we have a lot of folks that want to change their votes.
Ms. Clark is recorded as aye. Clark is off aye on no.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Veazey is recorded as aye. Veazey is off aye and on no.
Any other members wishing to change their votes? Clerk will report the tally. How's Ms. Clark reported?
Ms. Clark is recorded as no. Ms. Clark is off no and on aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, we have 36 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. All right, the chair will call up HR 7655 and ask the clerk to report.
HR 7655, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to improve the safety of pipeline transportation and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? I recognize myself for an introduction of the bill. My legislation will strengthen and reauthorize PHMSA's pipeline safety program for 5 years with increased funding for state pipeline safety inspectors and a big emphasis on technological innovation. Importantly, in addition to improving safety, my legislation will also encourage the modernization and expansion of pipelines to lower energy prices and improve energy security and grid reliability for all Americans. Since the beginning of this Congress, the Energy and Commerce Committee Republicans have reached across the aisle to see where we can find bipartisanship and compromise. Pipeline safety reauthorization is no exception. Last July, Chair Rogers and I released a draft framework, and we spent the last several months holding hearings and gathering feedback from the American people and a wide range of pipeline operators and technical experts. The overwhelming message is that America needs to modernize and expand the 3 million plus miles of pipelines we have today to maximize the economic and national security potential of our vast natural resources. 2 weeks ago, we held a subcommittee markup where we added almost a dozen bipartisan provisions to improve our draft framework. The bill before us today is a product of rigorous oversight and legislative compromise, but there's still important work to be done. H.R. 7655, the Pipeline Safety Modernization Expansion Act, will improve safety and promote innovation and new technologies. The bill requires PHMSA to update studies and regulations covering a wide range of new fuels and technologies, including hydrogen blending, CO2 pipelines and sequestration, leak detection, excavation damage, worker safety, and LNG facility safety. The bill will also allow pipeline operators to modernize existing pipeline and expand pipelines in existing right-of-ways to improve access to affordable and reliable fuel for Americans. The modernization and expansion provisions in this bill are essential to ensure that states like New York are no longer allowed to unilaterally block interstate pipeline construction and inflict harm on Americans residing in neighboring states. The legislation also protects consumer choice by preventing a state or local government from banning the use of natural gas, gasoline, or other fossil fuels for political purposes. I look forward to debating the bill and any amendments offered today before favorably reporting it to the full House for consideration. I also look forward to working with our colleagues on the T&I committee as they share jurisdiction over some of the provisions in this bill. We'll continue to work toward getting this bill across the finish line, and with that, I yield back. Does any other member seeking to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I strongly support H.R. 7655, the Pipeline Safety Modernization and Expansion Act. This legislation will help advance pipeline and LNG safety for our nation and lower energy costs for hardworking families. Importantly, this legislation includes my amendment to direct a study on the technical considerations for safely transporting blended hydrogen and natural gas through pipelines. Hydrogen is becoming a key fuel for next-generation clean energy applications, many of which are taking place in my Hoosier state. Cummins Engine Company, Wabash Valley Resources, and the Hydrogen Hub near the Whiting Refinery in northwest Indiana are examples. This provision will help establish safe, effective, and efficient distribution opportunities needed to grow a domestic hydrogen industry. I urge support of my colleagues and of the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seeking recognition? Dr. Joyce recognized for 5 minutes.
I wish to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm speaking today in support of the bill. Thanks to the shale revolution of the last 2 decades, Pennsylvania has become an energy superpower. Pennsylvania is now the second largest energy producing state, leading our country to be able to cut greenhouse emissions while continuing to provide reliable and affordable energy. The emerging problem Pennsylvania's natural gas industry is facing is simply limited pipeline capacity. The large energy reserves under the feet of my constituents cannot be properly utilized without the pipeline infrastructure that is needed to support and transport the natural gas that is so desperately needed. Pipelines are the safest and the most efficient way to move energy across our country. That is why I co-authored H.R. 3500, the Mountain Valley Pipeline Completion Act, to complete the Mountain Valley Pipeline to bring Pennsylvania's natural gas to the energy-starved southeastern United States. It is also why I support the Pipeline Safety Modernization and Expansion Act to expand PHMSA with common sense reforms. To truly unlock Pennsylvania's and America's energy potential, we need to have the pipeline capacity to deliver significant quantities of natural gas across our nation and continue to increase our liquefied natural gas exports to our friends and to our allies. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back. Any other members seeking recognition? And the ranking member, Pallone, is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Chairman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to the bill in its current form, and I intend to vote against it. And this bill would make pipelines more dangerous, and it contains several non-safety provisions. We've made very clear to the majority time after time after time that going back to a letter that the Energy Subcommittee Ranking Member Dingell and I sent in September of last year, 6 months ago, that the non-safety provisions were a poison pill for committee Democrats. Unfortunately, nothing has changed in the intervening 6 months, and with those provisions left in place, Democrats cannot support the bill. I said this at the subcommittee's markup, but it bears repeating. Building more pipelines is not pipeline safety. Carbon dioxide sequestration wells are not pipeline safety. Restricting the choices that states and municipalities can make is not pipeline safety. This bill covers all three of these topics, and these provisions implicate FERC and EPA, and we had zero opportunity to receive testimony on these topics. We did attempt to ask questions of council on the provision relating to Class 6 wells at the subcommittee markup, but frankly, that just added to the confusion rather than granting us any clarity. If Republicans want to move these provisions so desperately, it's within their right to do so, but they just cannot expect Democratic support for any bill that includes them. The bill also would enact deep cuts in FSMA's pipeline safety authorization levels. Over half the Republicans on this committee voted for the government funding bill 2 weeks ago that funded FSMA and now want to turn around and vote for a bill that would represent a $22 million cut versus what they voted for just 2 weeks ago. And that's pretty astonishing. The bill also represents a substantial cut relative to the bipartisan bill that the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee passed last year. And this bill authorizes funding that is $42 million per year less than that bill, which all Republicans on T&I voted for. So like I said in the Energy Subcommittee markup, this should be embarrassing in a sense. The other committee managed to proceed in the regular order that committee Republicans claimed to love so much. They had an oversight hearing. They worked together for months to develop a bill that they then had a markup on. By comparison, our Republicans did not have a hearing on pipeline safety until 3 months after FSMA's most recent authorization expired, and we found out about their draft bill last year by press release, and we didn't even receive a heads up. I appreciate that committee Republicans have claimed they want to work together on this, but their actions certainly are not showing it. During the Energy Subcommittee markup, Democrats offered 10 different amendments representing changes that we wanted to see in the bill. Republicans accepted 0 of our amendments, even after we had accepted 2 amendments of theirs. One side is willing to work together here, and the other is not. So I can't support this bill as it is currently drafted, and I urge all members to oppose it until Republicans can come back to the negotiating table with a serious offer. Until then, I plan on voting no, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Any other members seeking recognition on the bill? Ms. Fletcher is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, plays a key role in developing and enforcing federal safety regulations for the nation's pipeline infrastructure. It's important to realize how extensive this infrastructure is. And you said it earlier, Mr. Chairman, there are more than 3.4 million, you said, miles of pipeline across the country. There are about 2.8 million miles of paved roads in the United States. Americans rely on this unseen infrastructure in every state, in every community, to heat our homes, fuel our vehicles, and power our economy. And Americans rely on PHMSA. The work that PHMSA does is essential. I'm glad that we're now moving a reauthorization bill 6 months after the last authorization expired. It's essential that we give PHMSA the tools and the resources to fulfill its mission and ensure safety across the country. This bill is certainly better than the draft that was first introduced and the version that we marked up in subcommittee 2 weeks ago. Added language on issuing the class location rule, improving the pilot technology program, something I've been working on since I got here, and the maximum allowable operating pressure are bipartisan issues that will help PHMSA, operators, and safety regulators work toward a shared goal of a safe and efficient system of pipelines.
But the fundamental issue that remains is that we are still asking PHMSA to do more with less. Authorization levels in this bill are nearly 20% below current authorization levels. The T&I committee bill, which passed unanimously a year ago, by contrast, increased the authorizations by an average of $80 million a year. That's something that's really important, and that's the direction that I think we should follow. I know we have some amendments to address that, but I think it's really important to reiterate that at our legislative hearing on this, we heard from Deputy Administrator Tristan Brown that department funding levels and lack of staffing resources are the biggest driver in the backlog of work from previous reauthorizations that remains unfinished at the department. This is really critical. Pipelines are the safest and most environmentally responsible way to deliver oil and gas. A great deal of this is from a robust regulatory and oversight system at PHMSA that works effectively with industry. If we want PHMSA to succeed in the new directives that we're issuing in this bill, we must authorize their funding at levels that will ensure their success. I would also just note that I have concerns with whether this bill is the appropriate vehicle to include provisions on permitting reform. Reauthorization bills in the past have been focused on pipeline safety, which is the mission of PHMSA. But make no mistake, we need permitting reform, and our committee can and should be working on a comprehensive set of reforms to address the many issues that we know need addressing. The siting process for all forms of energy, fossil and renewable alike, is not working, and Congress needs to address it. This committee is the one to do it, and I hope that the committee will work to address these issues in a holistic and bipartisan way. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues on this committee, everyone in this room who wants to tackle these important challenges. And with that, I thank you and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? If not, are there any amendments to be offered? Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to offer an amendment.
Labeled FC, looks like 01.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7655, offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike Section 4C relating to underground.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispense with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment is simple. It would keep the pipeline safety bill about pipeline safety by striking two sections that have nothing to do with pipeline safety. The first provision it strikes has to do with so-called aquifer exemptions for Class 6 wells used to sequester carbon dioxide. It would expand the use of these exemptions to wells and drinking water aquifers that the exemptions were never designed for and could potentially imperil safe drinking water across the country. Frankly, I'm shocked that we had no one in from the EPA to testify or provide feedback on this language. At our Energy Subcommittee markup, there seemed to be fundamental confusion as to the intent and purpose of the language, along with its real-world impacts. Having the EPA testify about this would have offered much-needed clarity, but the Republicans chose not to invite the agency. Now, the second provision that my amendment would strip is one that would provide FERC the authority to automatically cite any pipeline or expansion of a pipeline along a currently existing right-of-way. And this section obliterates states' rights and federalism under the Clean Water Act. It is a direct attack on the state's ability to approve what it wants to happen to the waters within its borders, and it's unacceptable. I'm particularly concerned about the right it would give FERC to unilaterally approve hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and petroleum pipelines, the siting for which is all currently handled at the state level. FERC has no experience or practice citing these pipelines, and this bill would allow it to plow through any state opposition without any guardrails. Now, I want to point out that nowhere in my description of these provisions did I ever use the word safety. It's because these provisions have nothing to do with pipeline safety, and they do not belong in a pipeline safety bill, as we've told the Republican majority for many months now. As long as the Republicans insist on including non-safety provisions with a pipeline safety bill, Democrats can't support it. We've been clear about this from the start. A vote for this amendment is a vote for finding a bipartisan path forward. Any vote against this amendment is a vote for a partisan process that ensures that pipeline safety legislation will not reach the President's desk this Congress. So I urge adoption of my amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Anyone seeking to speak on the amendment? I recognize myself, move to strike last word, and recognize myself to to speak. You know, this amendment would strike language to expand carbon sequestration. If we're going to advance our carbon sequestration policies, we're going to use pipelines. And if we're going to use pipelines, we want to be sure that PHMSA has the standards in place for those facilities. This section does just that. And it also provides direction for operators to run assessments and modeling to identify high consequence areas that could be affected by a CO2 pipeline release. We also clarify EPA authority to identify areas suitable for underground sequestration. Now, we asked them, EPA, for technical assistance, and crickets, heard nothing. This is an important provision for anybody who wants to advance our carbon capture and sequestration policies that historically have been bipartisan. Striking this section harms our goal to encourage carbon capture projects and commercialize technology. Additionally, this amendment would strike Section 17 of the underlying bill, which would modernize and expand pipelines. This section is vital to the ongoing safety of our pipeline systems. It will enable modernization of existing pipelines and make use of existing right-of-ways that have already been approved, many of which have been in place for decades. This section provides FERC backstop authority to issue a federal permit for inspection, repair, and maintenance and related construction, modification of existing pipeline or a new pipeline co-located within an existing right-of-way. This kicks in if other entities fail to issue necessary federal permits after 1 year. This amendment undercuts affordable and reliable energy and will set back efforts to modernize our aging pipeline infrastructure. States like New York are blocking critical infrastructure and harming consumers in other states. But this concerns existing infrastructure, and it's within our jurisdiction to improve this infrastructure for the benefit of the American public. We should give FERC the authority to site much-needed new energy infrastructure by expanding existing systems that are safely operating. Striking this important section will hurt pipeline safety and harm our energy security and our economy. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Any other members seeking to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote, and roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Burgess. Can the gentleman repeat his vote? Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller-Meeks. Kamick. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. Eshoo votes aye. Deguette. Deguette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Badagon. Badagon votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Are there any members unrecorded? How's Mr. Hudson voted, recorded?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye. Hudson is off aye and on no.
How's Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Carter votes no.
How's Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes no.
How's Mr. Weber?
Weber votes no.
And Dr. Joyce?
Dr. Joyce is recorded as no.
Any other member unrecorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Any other amendments to be offered? Ms. DeGette is recognized to offer the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, AMD01.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7655 offered by Ms. DeGette. Amend Section 11 to read as follows. Section 11, authorization.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment dispense with, and the chair and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offered this amendment at the subcommittee markup. What it does is it changes the authorization levels in the bill to the authorization levels included in the bill passed with bipartisan support out of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee earlier this Congress last December. And it wasn't just bipartisan support, it was unanimous bipartisan support. So the reason why they did that, it was a compromise, and it was a good compromise, because what it does is it ensures that PHMSA will have the resources that it so desperately needs, and that we heard repeatedly from Deputy Administrator Brown back in our Energy Subcommittee hearings that we had. It needs the resources not only to keep our nation's pipelines safe and secure, but to carry out Congress's instructions in a timely fashion. And this is a real concern. PHMSA testified they are still working through mandates in the pipeline safety reauthorization from 13 years ago. So they just don't have the resources, but at the same time, we're asking them to do more. We know with the carbon dioxide and hydrogen pipelines that are going to be built across the country, PHMSA is going to have that additional responsibility. They're going to have to publish rules on the safety of the pipelines. They're going to have to inspect them to make sure they're safe. All of that requires resources, and to starve PHMSA's budget at the same time we're asking it to drastically expand its responsibilities is just really asking for trouble. And so I also want to make and emphasize a point that Ranking Member Pallone has made over and over again, which is if this bill were to be enacted into law, it would be a $22 million cut for fiscal year 2024 versus the appropriations that we just voted on 2 weeks ago. I finally want to address one point that we made in the subcommittee when the Republicans asked me to withdraw my amendment so we could work together. Offering amendments is working together. Democrats accepted 2 Republican-offered amendments at the subcommittee markup, and we could have, I guess we could work on this too. And so I really urge that we support the amendment, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. I recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment. H.R. 7655, the Pipeline Safety and Modernization Expansion Act, contains authorization levels that reflect prior year appropriations, with a larger share going to states, approximately 50%. Additionally, PHMSA has access to billions of dollars in increased funding from recently passed in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act legislation. The ILJA authorizes $1.2 trillion for transportation infrastructure spending, with $550 billion of that figure going toward new investments and programs. So PHMSA does not need a 20% increase in their budget to operate effectively, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Any other member wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question will occur on Amendment 01, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Pence. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas.
Aye.
Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Are there members unrecorded? How's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes no.
How's Mr. Dunn recorded?
Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Dunn votes no.
Mr. Griffith?
Griffith votes no.
And Mr. Palmer?
Palmer's not recorded. Palmer votes no.
All right.
Craig is not recorded. Craig votes aye.
Any other members unrecorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 18 ayes and 25 noes.
Noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to be offered? Young lady, Ms. Eshu is recognized to offer an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, AMD 08.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7655, offered by Ms. Eshu. Insert after Section 9 the following new section, and make such conforming changes as may
Without
be
objection,
necessary.
further reading of the amendments dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this amendment allows private citizens to bring mandamus-type lawsuits against PHMSA when it fails to adequately enforce pipeline safety law. This issue, pipeline safety, is not an abstract issue for me. In 2010, a Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, transmission line exploded in San Bruno, California, in San Mateo County, where I live, killing 8 people, injuring dozens more, and destroying 38,000 homes. A National Transportation Safety Board investigation found that lax oversight and PG&E's inadequate safety program were contributing factors in causing the disaster. In the aftermath of the explosion, the city and county of San Francisco sued PHMSA for failing to meet its legal obligation to ensure PG&E's pipelines were safe. Unfortunately, the Ninth Circuit dismissed the case and ruled that the law's citizen suit provision did not allow for lawsuits forcing PHMSA to perform its duties. Now, they're supposed to perform their duties. They don't do their duty, but citizens can't do anything about it. This ruling weakened an important tool to hold the agency accountable before a disaster happens. My amendment explicitly authorizes these lawsuits. It's particularly urgent because the bill before us cuts PHMSA's budget, which will give the agency fewer resources to enforce its safety standards, increasing the likelihood of safety incidents. Moreover, the bill contains several other provisions that really have nothing to do with safety, including language blocking states and local governments from restricting natural gas connections to new developments. My Republican colleagues, we hear them talking all the time about states' rights, so I'm disappointed they want to tie the hands of local communities to make their own decisions about their energy needs, including cities like Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and my congressional district. Other provisions, such as allowing FERC to overrule the concerns of states and other federal agencies in the permitting process, suggest the true purpose of the bill is to build more pipelines. Now, what happened in San Bruno was not an isolated incident. Since then, there have been more than 300 gas explosions, including in Merrimack Valley, Massachusetts, Silver Spring, Maryland, and Fort Worth, Texas. In an average year, pipeline incidents kill 10 people and injure 31. So there's a consistent pattern to this. That's why I believe that mandamus-type lawsuits and other safety-focused policies are critically needed in this bill. And I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. This could happen in your community too, and citizens really have no recourse. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Julie yields back. I'll now recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this amendment. This amendment adds a new section to create a private right of action against the Secretary of Energy if there's an alleged failure to perform any duties. This encourages sue and settle and the effort by radical environmental litigants to stop pipeline expansion in the United States, which is much needed. Pipelines all over the country have been stopped as a result of predatory environmental groups suing and drawing out litigation until companies can just no longer afford to continue. We saw that with the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. We just about saw it with Mountain Valley. So this is right out of the keep it in the ground folks playbook. And look what they've done with Mountain Valley, Keystone, ACP. This amendment would make it easier for radical groups to stop pipeline expansion, threatening energy affordability and reliability for millions of Americans. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. You said he roll call. Seeing none, a roll call has been requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Griffith votes Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Are there any members unrecorded? How's Mr. Bilirakis recorded?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes no.
Any other members unrecorded? Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Seeing no other members, the clerk will report the tally.
Weber is not recorded. Weber votes no.
Any other members? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, we have 17 ayes and 25 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Ms. Castor is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled Amendment 17.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Can Ms. Castor repeat the amendment?
AMD 17.
An amendment to H.R. 7655 offered by Ms. Castor. Page 14, after line 3, insert the following. In subsection B4,
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment aimed at ensuring ethics in government and pipeline safety. Pipeline safety is particularly vital because oftentimes with pipelines, it's out of sight, out of mind, and we know that pipelines can be dangerous when they're neglected, and fatal incidents occur every year. On average, there are over 600 pipeline safety incidents each year, resulting in 31 injuries and 10 deaths. In January, an explosion from a natural gas line in Fort Worth, Texas, injured 21 people. Safety concerns are not just related to gas pipelines. In 2020, 45 people were hospitalized after a carbon dioxide pipeline ruptured in Mississippi. Under current law, the U.S. DOT hosts 2 advisory committees. One is a gas advisory committee, and the other is a liquid pipeline advisory committee. They provide peer review to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. Both committees are composed of 15 members. Notably, each member must be experienced in the safety regulation of gas or liquid pipeline facilities or technically qualified to evaluate pipeline safety standards. The members of each committee are appointed as follows. You have 5 individuals from U.S. or state governments. You have 5 individuals from gas or hazardous liquid, the hazardous liquid industry. And then you have 5 individuals selected from the general public. My amendment is straightforward. It requires that none of those 5 individuals selected from the general public be consulting for, employed by, or receiving research funding from a pipeline, petroleum, or gas company. It would also further limit the number of members that can have a financial interest in pipeline, petroleum, or natural gas industries. Because remember, we already have 5
individuals from gas or the hazardous liquids industry. So my amendment will help ensure that the scales aren't tipped in favor of the industry. Too often, federal agencies are captured by industry interests that aim to crowd out public participation by safety, environmental, and consumer advocacy experts. And while I support industry involvement, and they have 5 guaranteed seats already in these 2 committees, we've got to have adequate guardrails in place to protect these advisory committees from full-blown industry capture. Otherwise, we're just letting the fox guard the hen house with the health and safety of families across the country. With this in mind, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member seeking recognition? Mr. Pfluger is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek time to speak in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would block individuals from serving on the PHMSA committee if they've consulted, worked for, or researched for a pipeline or petroleum or gas company in the last 3 years, or if they're currently working for one. And I think it's pretty simple, and this really strikes at the heart of the issue with this administration, is that instead of consulting industry, instead of asking for expertise, instead of looking at the true what is happening on the ground, the true situation on the ground, the Democrats would rather place radical environmental groups to dominate these committees. This has been clear from their energy policy throughout the administration, and heeding the calls of radical environmental groups over experts has put us in the situation that we're in. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and let's let the best people fill these committees, those that have the expertise, those that can come to the table with reasonable stakeholder positions to ensure the safety, because we know the industry knows safety and wants safety to be at the top and a paramount issue here. But I urge all my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller-Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. Eshoo votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Any member unrecorded? How's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes no.
Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes no.
Any other member unrecorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Allen is not recorded. Allen votes no. Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 15 ayes and 26 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on the bill? Mr. Cardenas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled FC02.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7655, offered by Mr. Cardenas. At the end, the following, add at the end the following. Section 23, Geohazard Mitigation Study. In general, not later than 1 year.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispense with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It would add language to H.R. 7655 that would require the GAO to conduct a study on geological hazards, evaluate industry best practices when it comes to mitigating the impact of these geohazards on pipeline infrastructure and safety, and make recommendations where there are safety gaps. With over 3 million miles of pipeline stretching across our nation, I can't think of a reason why my colleagues would oppose this language. Geological hazards like earthquakes or landslides have caused several recent pipeline failures. For example, in 2020, the failure on a carbon dioxide pipeline in Mississippi sent 45 people to the hospital, and in 2022, a rupture on a crude oil pipeline spilled 165,000 gallons of crude oil into a nearby creek. Both were caused by land movements, a type of geological hazard. PHMSA has issued multiple advisory bulletins to pipeline operators on mitigating threats from geohazards, but has not created any specific requirements for operators to mitigate geohazards. Frankly, my preference would be to insert language requiring PHMSA to require operators to include geohazards in their threat mitigation plans. I recognize that some of my colleagues may feel that that goes too far, so in the spirit of bipartisanship, I'd like to propose my amendment as a bipartisan compromise, a compromise that has already gained bipartisan approval. This language that I'm proposing was included in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's pipeline safety bill that passed out of committee with bipartisan support. This compromise would ensure that Congress and PHMSA are informed on the threats of geohazards and are aware of any regulatory gaps. It would allow PHMSA to make its own requirements if it determines it is necessary, and could tee up Congress to be more informed during the next reauthorization cycle. While it has been made abundantly clear that Republicans on this committee are committed to a hyper-partisan process at the expense of our constituent safety, I think this amendment should be a no-brainer for all of us. It's a report that Republicans and Democrats have already been able to agree to. I just hope that my Republican colleagues on this committee can agree to it, especially given that they've refused to come to the table on nearly every way in which we could consider coming together on this issue. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize myself. I move to strike last word, speak in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would add a GAO study to evaluate federal and state requirements relating to geohazards. PHMSA is already monitoring and updating safety-related issues resulting from geohazards. In June of 2022, they issued an advisory bulletin updating information for owners and operators related to geological hazards. This amendment was not offered in the subcommittee, nor was it brought up specifically in any of the hearings related to the underlying bill. So if the gentleman would be willing to withdraw the amendment, we'd be happy to continue working with them as the bill moves forward. If he's not willing to withdraw it, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Allen. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Aye. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Badagan. Badagan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Are there any members unrecorded? Seeing none, clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, we have 17 ayes and 25 noes.
The noes have it, the amendment's not agreed to. Are there any other members wishing to offer an amendment? Ms. Fletcher is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Fletcher, number 17.
Clerk will report the amendment, number 017.
Amendment to H.R. 7655, offered by Ms. Fletcher of Texas. Page 14, line 9, strike.
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. Ms. Fletcher is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering an amendment that makes technical modifications to two important provisions of the bill. The first provision my amendment addresses is Section 12, focusing on the maximum allowable operating pressure. It would address an issue that's important to many of my constituents in Texas who work in the gas transmission pipeline sector. Earlier, Congresswoman Eshoo spoke about the pipeline tragedy in San Bruno, California, that led a little over a decade ago to this committee advancing a bipartisan pipeline safety reauthorization bill aimed at addressing the issues that came out of that incident. It required PHMSA to ensure that all gas transmission pipelines be tested if they had not been previously tested. In 2019, the final gas transmission rule language promulgated contained multiple provisions that could require previously tested gas pipelines to be retested, which was not the intent of Congress in the legislation. So Section 12 of this bill would help address the drafting error contained in the final rule. My amendment would improve Section 12 by making minor technical changes to ensure parity with our colleagues on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee so that the best applicable language is used to give PHMSA clear guidance of our intent. The second provision that my amendment modifies focuses on PHMSA's Technical Safety Standards Committees in Section 7. My constituents in Houston work to ensure the safe and reliable, environmentally responsible transportation of natural gas and liquid fuels every single day. Unlike other federal agencies, PHMSA has statutorily required advisory committees for both natural gas and liquid forms of energy to provide recommendations on complex safety and regulatory issues. The advisory committees provide an excellent forum for the public, industry, safety advocates, and government stakeholders to have a voice in advancing pipeline safety. Section 7 recognizes the value of the advisory committees and requires them to meet more frequently than they are required to do in existing law. While the agency is not bound to follow advisory committee recommendations, it is required by law to provide a rationale for disagreement. It can be difficult to comb through final rules, which can be hundreds of pages long, to find the agency's rationale for disagreement. So my amendment builds upon the transparency improvements contained in Section 7 to require PHMSA to report to Congress on areas of disagreement with its advisory committees the same day that final rules are published. In short, my amendment makes minor technical changes to both provisions to align with the bipartisan bill in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee that committee has advanced. I'm grateful to you, Chairman Duncan, for your inclusion of both provisions in the underlying proposal, and I ask that my colleagues support my amendment to improve them. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. I'll recognize myself to strike last word and speak in support of the amendment. I want to thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment. I think it's a good one, and I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back. Are there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally. You don't want to, we're just going to voice this, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? And the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments to be offered? Question now occurs on approving H.R. 7655 as amended, and a roll call has been requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshue. Eshue votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes.
No.
Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Veazey. Custer. Kelly. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Are there any members unrecorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, we have 27 ayes and 18 noes.
And the bill as amended is agreed to, and the chair will now call up H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act.
H.R. 7673, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes washers that are not cost-effective.
Without objection, further reading of the bill is dispensed with. And is there discussion on the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 5 appliance efficiency bills before us today are almost identical, so I'm going to speak in opposition to all of them at once. The Energy Subcommittee markup. I know I wanted to be nice to Chairman Duncan, but I have one thing that's kind of bad about him, but not really. The Energy Subcommittee markup was the first time we saw these bills. The bills were only officially introduced a few days ago, and we haven't had a legislative hearing on them. We don't have any expert testimony on these bills or their effects. And the thing is, expert testimony would be really helpful here. These bills use a lot of vague and duplicative language. We have no idea how these bills interact with existing law. We don't even know what stakeholders think of these bills. And if these bills become law, we have no idea if they would impact existing standards and how they would be implemented. But we can read between the lines. These bills follow the same pattern as so many other Republican attempts to weaken the Department of Energy's ability to finalize and enforce conservation standards for common household appliances. They employ the same Republican tactics that we've seen over and over this Congress. And this strategy doesn't make sense. 4 out of the 5 of the appliances targeted by these bills were included in a consensus agreement between industry and efficiency advocates last September. So even industry supports these standards, but Republicans continue to go after them. In fact, at the subcommittee markup of these bills, Energy Subcommittee Chair Duncan talked about how Samsung is building appliances in South Carolina and creating jobs in his home state. Well, we reached out to Samsung to ask if they support these bills, and they told us these bills are not something they would support. Samsung is a leader in manufacturing industry-leading energy-efficient appliances. 100% of the washing machines they manufacture in South Carolina are Energy Star certified. It's also surprising to me that these bills are even before us today. These 5 bills look similar to Representative Lesko's H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, which passed the committee in December. H.R. 6192 applied similar changes to the entire efficiency program, as opposed to today's focused approach on individual appliances. Is the majority abandoning the Lesko bill and its attack on the program as a whole for this more tailored approach? I can think of no other reason why applying the policies in her bill to specific appliance would make any sense. The thing is, we all know that none of these bills are becoming law. Rather than focusing on pressing issues, Republicans continue to waste our time with tired attacks on programs like energy conservation standards that are working well and helping Americans save money. This is clearly designed to score some political points at the expense of everyday Americans. Now I have to look at the titles of these bills. The Liberty in Laundry Act. What does that mean? I can barely talk. Liberty for what? For industry and special interests to decide what's best for consumers and the environment? And then there's the Refrigerator Freedom Act. The Refrigerator Freedom Act, freedom to pay higher energy bills because your refrigerator uses more energy. Conservation standards are popular, and they're common sense. They help Americans save money on utility bills, and they reduce emissions. So I just wish the majority would realize their persistent attacks on energy efficiency are really a waste of time. I urge my colleagues to vote against all 5 of these duplicative, unnecessary bills. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself to move the strike last word, speak in favor of H.R. 7673, the Liberty and Laundry Act, introduced by Representative Ogles, Tennessee. This bill would prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards related to clothes washers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible. This bill is straightforward. It clarifies intent of the Energy Policy Conservation Act, which requires the Department of Energy to find that new standards will result in a significant conservation of energy and are technologically feasible and economically justified before moving forward with the standard. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has repeatedly failed to satisfy these requirements. Just a few weeks ago, the Department of Energy released the final efficiency standards for residential clothes washers and dryers. The final rule for residential clothes washers, published February the 29th of this year, will apply to top-loading and front-loading washers. Compliance with the standards required by March 1st of 2028. The new rule faces legal uncertainty and will increase the already high cost of clothes washers. Some estimates predict the new standards for washing machines would increase the per-unit prices by as high as $200 a unit. Under the EPCA, these standards are intended to save energy and money for the consumers. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has prioritized the priorities of the environmental groups over low-income residents, renters, and first-time homebuyers. It resulted in standards that will increase prices for these critical home appliances, reduce consumer choice, and impair their performance. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. It prioritizes affordability and consumer choice for all Americans. With that, I yield back. And any other members seeking recognition? Ms. Caster's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word for all 5 bills.
Gentlelady is recognized to strike last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the titles would be funny if it wasn't so serious, if you weren't socking it to our neighbors and consumers back home. You know, energy efficient home appliances are popular because they help our neighbors save money on their electric bills. They help us reduce climate pollution that is fueling other very costly impacts. Energy efficiency standards are effective and they are widely popular. And it was the Congress that decades ago directed the Department of Energy to work with appliance manufacturers and consumer groups and anyone else who wanted to weigh in on how we routinely improve the appliances that help us at home. Energy efficiency standards over the years have been a great success, an American success story, especially at helping consumers save money. But here's a red alert that should go out to families all across this country. In essence, Republicans now are reaching into your pocketbooks to take those savings away. And it's no wonder that you all didn't have any legislative hearings on this bill. You don't want consumers to understand the millions and billions of dollars that you are taking from them. None of these bills received a legislative hearing. None of them. Republicans are rushing action on them in an attempt to stop the Department of Energy from improving Americans' household appliances so that they can appease their corporate polluter friends. I think they're also doing this to obscure from the great success of Democratic policies on helping American families lower costs and move to clean energy. The Biden administration's past and planned energy efficiency actions will save Americans $570 billion and reduce greenhouse gas pollution by more than 2.4 billion metric tons over the next 30 years. This translates into real savings for our neighbors back home. For example, newly proposed standards for water heaters alone could save households over $200 per year. But don't take it from me. Take it from the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. They're not the ones pushing these bills that reach into our neighbors' pocketbooks and take money out of their wallets. I'm going to quote from the September 13th, 2023 agreement. Home appliance manufacturers, together with consumers, climate, and energy and water efficiency advocates, today announce a consensus plan to improve energy and water efficiency for refrigerators and freezers, wine chillers, clothes washers, clothes dryers, dishwashers, and cooking products. The jointly recommended standards are projected to save 9 quadrillion BTUs of energy, reducing costs for families and cutting greenhouse gas pollution, while allowing home appliance manufacturers to continue to deliver highly efficient products with the features consumers want and expect. The home appliance industry has played an undeniable role in enhancing household energy efficiency, said the president of and CEO of the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. This agreement, if adopted by the Department of Energy, will allow home appliance manufacturers to continue to offer a complete range of energy-efficient products with the features consumers depend on every day. The home appliance industry will continue to work to find ways to approach regulations that preserve historic efficiency gains while advancing innovation. So why are you doing this? It's clear, because it's been a theme this Congress. Polluters and corporations that can bank more money have too much influence in this Congress. When you say it's okay for consumers to pay higher electric bills, despite the fact that home appliance manufacturers are for these energy efficiency standards, something's wrong. Something's rotten in Denmark. Something's rotten right here. So I urge my colleagues to side with people over polluters for a change in this committee. Let's not allow our Republican colleagues to reach into the wallets and pocketbooks of our neighbors. They deserve these cost savings, and the appliance manufacturers deserve a pat on the back for working together to make sure that they can continue to offer innovative products. So vote no on all 5 of these bills. Thank you. I yield back.
Generally yields back with 2 seconds to go. Any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Lesko is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Generally is recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, I like my colleague, Ms. Castor from across the aisle, but I couldn't disagree with her more. Constituents do not like these new mandates and burdensome regulations by the Biden administration. In fact, was it today or yesterday, the mandate for all electric vehicles came out. People don't want to have the government tell them what kind of car they can drive and buy, what kind of washing machine they can have, what kind of stove they can have. This is total government overreach. And would I explain to my Democratic colleagues that you use the word that, oh, we're just going to increase the cost, energy cost, but you fail to say that the upfront cost for replacing the appliances is so much more that doesn't make up for the energy savings. And so you also fail to say that most of these parts, including for electric cars and most of these appliances things, are made in China, where they build it with coal-fired plants. That is pollution. You have to take everything, the whole picture. You cannot just say one little part and think it's going to solve everything, because it does not. You have to take everything into consideration. And lastly, my constituents, people all over America, there's videos all over the internet about how poorly some of these appliances now work. People are like, my wash machine doesn't even work. My dishwasher doesn't work because it doesn't dry the dishes. People are fed up. They want something that works. And that's what these bills do. It's common sense. It's common sense. Let's be good about our environment. Let's have reasonable energy efficiency standards, but not this craziness and government top-down mandates on American people. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Is there further discussion? Ms. Eshoo is recognized.
You know what, colleagues? I find this really embarrassing. I really do. This committee has demonstrated itself to have serious legislators, and this is not a part of it. I can't help but note that there are taking up bills here from members of Congress that are not members of this committee. So I think your screening is not very good. And, you know, we have a lot of challenges in the country, but I haven't heard one person talk to me about their washer, their dryer, their dishwasher. So I think that enough of this. This is really a source of embarrassment, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Mr. Palmer is recognized.
If you want to talk about what's embarrassing, it ought to be embarrassing that 78% of workers in the United States are now living paycheck to paycheck because of the inflationary policies of my Democratic colleagues. 81% of women, Mr. Chairman, are now living paycheck to paycheck. And it's amazing to me that anyone would be opposing legislation that's trying to deflate the cost of everything, particularly on appliances that everyday Americans need. But I want to repeat, 78% of workers are now living paycheck to paycheck. 81% are women. Now I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Ms. Schreier, Dr. Schreier is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike westward and speak on this collection of bills meant to roll back common sense energy standards. I'd like to associate myself with my colleagues. You know, a wide-ranging group of stakeholders jointly recommended efficiency standards for washers, dryers, refrigerators, freezers, and dishwashers. Home appliance manufacturers, environmental groups, consumer advocates, and energy and water efficiency advocates all came together and agreed on a fair efficiency standard that would work for everyone and also save money for consumers. Note that 2 of the groups were included in the majority and minority witnesses in our hearings in September when we had hearings on energy efficiency. This is really a non-issue. Industry needs predictability to know what to manufacture. They agree with these energy efficiency standards. These bills would take us backwards, and we should all agree that energy efficiency is good. Instead of these frivolous bills, we should be focusing on matters that are important to this committee and to this country and to our national security, like streamlining permitting reform in a smart way and building out much-needed transmission. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? All right, we're going to go into recess and hold the vote. Committee will now recess and reconvene 15 minutes after the last floor vote is called. The committee stands in recess. subcommittee will, the full committee will come back to order. And where we are in the agenda, we are going to have a roll call vote on the HR 7673 Liberty and Laundry Act, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Fulcher. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Miller Meeks. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. DeGette. DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Tonko. Clark. Cardenas. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Vesey. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
How is Mr. Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded. Wahlberg votes aye.
How am I
Miller-
recorded?
Balderson?
Balderson is not recorded. Balderson votes aye.
Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
That's
Miller Meeks votes aye.
Diana recorded.
Okay. Curtis votes aye. Is Harshbarger is not recorded? Harshbarger votes aye.
Okay, we have some on this side. Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Cardenas votes no.
How's Mr. Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
Any other member unrecorded? How's Mr. Burgess recorded?
Burgess is not recorded.
Yes.
Burgess votes aye.
Ms. Clark?
Clark is not recorded. Clark votes no.
Any other member?
Ruiz is not recorded. Ruiz votes no.
See another member. We got Mr. Bouchon. Dr.
Sean is not recorded. Sean votes aye.
Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Vesey votes no.
Is Ms. Fletcher recorded?
Ms. Fletcher is recorded as no.
Okay. Any other members? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 19 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is agreed to. The chair will now call up H.R. 7645. Ask clerk to report.
H.R. 7645, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for clothes dryers that are not
Without
cost-effective.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open to amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Chair will recognize himself, and speak in favor of H.R. 7654. This bill would prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards related to clothes dryers that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible. The bill was introduced by Congressman Mike Ezell from Mississippi. Bill straightforward. It clarifies the intent of the Energy Policy Conservation Act, requires the Department of Energy to find that new standards will result in a significant conservation of energy and technologically feasible, economically justified before moving forward with the standard. Again, unfortunately, the Biden administration has repeatedly ignored these requirements, and the bill especially prudent given that the Department of Energy recently set final efficiency standards for residential clothes dryers and washers. The final rule for residential dryers, published February 29, 2024, will apply to both electric and gas models. Compliance with the standard is required by March 1st, 2028. I'd urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, which prioritizes affordability and consumer choice for all Americans. And with that, I yield back. Anyone else seeking recognition on the bill? Seeing none, a roll call vote has been requested, so we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta votes aye. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan votes aye. Palmer votes aye. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Lesko votes aye. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Allen votes aye. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Obernolte. Pallone votes no. Eshu votes no. Degette votes no. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui votes no. Castor votes no. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko. Clark votes no. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz votes no. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC votes no. Custer votes no. Kelly votes no. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto votes no. Craig votes no. Schreier votes no. Trahan votes no. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Any member unrecorded? Mr. Curtis, how's he recorded?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. Curtis votes aye.
How's Ms. Kamick recorded?
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Kamick votes aye.
Any other member unrecorded?
Carter's not recorded. Carter votes aye.
Any other member? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 25 ayes and 20 noes.
And the ayes have it. The bill is agreed to. Before we move on to the next bill, there's a lot of chatter and commotion up here. Members have just requested to take your conversations outside or hush them down a little bit. Let's focus and get this done. Chair will now call up H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act.
H.R. 7637, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open to amendment at any point. Any member seeking recognition on the bill? And Ms. Miller Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike their last word.
Joan Lay is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, and I thank Chair McMorris Rogers for including this bill in our markup today. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency under the Biden administration has done nothing but continue to pass outrageous regulations that only serve to limit consumer choice, increase energy prices, and control everything Americans are able to do on a day-to-day basis. from forcing every American to buy an electric vehicle, to preventing the sale of gas stoves, and now even to what refrigerator you can buy, or dishwasher, or washing machine. On January 17th, the Biden administration issued a direct final rule to regulate refrigerators and freezers. These regulations only serve to increase prices for these essential home appliances, reduce consumer choices, and impair their performance while claiming to fix a problem that does not exist. The DOE argues that new efficiency mandates will eventually save consumers money, but how many years do you have to wait until you save that money? According to the DOE's technical support documents, the simple payback period for refrigerator freezers could be 10 years. 10 years for a product that is only expected to last 14 or 15 years, and we don't even know the lifespan of these new products. Furthermore, let me just answer some of the comments that I've heard in this hearing about this cadre of bills in appliances. First and foremost, consumers are going to have to pay higher electric bills. We've seen that in California. We see that in Germany with their energy policies that they put forth. So any savings is probably going to be evaporated by the high electric prices they pay. Furthermore, there is nothing that prevents an appliance manufacturer from producing and manufacturing more energy-efficient appliances. However, there's not demand. If there, in fact, was a market demand signal, they would want to be produced. And let me just say that we can certainly go back in time. I have an antique washer. If you want to hand crank it yourself, it requires 0 electricity. I also have clothespins. You could air dry them and not use any electricity. We can do dishes by hand. That's still how I do my dishes, and I air dry them. And so I don't use any electricity on my appliance. And I have a hand crank washer, and I have an ice box. So why don't we just go backwards about 100 years and save a lot of electricity by utilizing devices that were actually changed and updated and progressed in order that individuals would be able to save time in doing household chores. Furthermore, my bill simply prohibits the Department of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy-efficient standards that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible. Any person can go into any place to buy an appliance, and they can look at the energy efficiencies and determine whether saving $9 a year on electricity is worth spending $100 to $200 to $500 more on an appliance. Let's let consumers use the job of their brains to determine if they think they're going to save any money through this. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to see higher prices and less choice. With that, I urge my colleagues to support my bill, and I yield back.
Junley yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. The question now is, okay, Ms. Custer's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Junley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me be clear. This is a half-baked bill that recycles an old framework to attack standards that save consumers money. The efficiency standards for refrigerators and freezers targeted by this bill will save consumers $36 billion over 30 years. Why are we working on legislation that will cause consumers to pay more for their monthly electricity? We know we can work in a bipartisan way on this committee. The Atomic Energy Advancement Act and the Hydropower Clean Energy Futures Act that I sponsor with the chair are two great examples. But instead of working together on areas where we can find common ground, the majority is rushing through this misguided bill. The efficiency standards targeted by this bill are the result of a joint recommendation from a wide range of stakeholders, including the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, Consumer Federation of America, and energy efficiency advocates. If we're going to disrupt that consensus recommendation, I think it's important for the committee members and the public to understand who is asking us to take this step. I have a question for council. Council, may you please share how many letters of support the committee has received for H.R. 7637, Refrigerator Freedom Act, and the names of the organizations that sent those letters?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. Our clerk would be happy to share the list with your staff at the end of this markup as we collect letters.
I think the members would like to know the names now.
I don't have a list in front of me of the names.
Are there any?
I don't have the list in front of me of the letters for.
Well, it sounds as though at least the minority, has not been provided with any letters of support. And if nobody is asking us to roll back these standards, why is the committee spending taxpayer time and money on this chaotic bill? Rather than rushing this misguided partisan bill to the floor, let's use our common sense to find common ground in the energy space. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Griffith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I haven't checked with my office to see how many letters I've gotten, but I have written on these subjects 2 or 3 of my weekly columns. And when I go out and talking to my community, people are very positive about what I've written. They don't like what's going on, and they want to be able to. The washing machine one goes back 2 or 3 years where the lady was having to put a hose into her washing machine to put more water in it. The dishwashers don't work right. People are talking about how they have to wash their dishes before they can put them in the dishwasher because they don't get clean. These are the things. So I don't know how many letters were written to the committee, but I can tell you that there are tens of thousands of people just in the 9th District of Virginia who commend us for voting on these bills in a positive manner, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield my time to the gentleman
The
from
gentleman yield?
Illinois, or Indiana, excuse me.
I want to speak long, but the bottom line is letters from industry, it's kind of ironic, actually. Letters from industry, I don't think, really matter in this situation. And the reason I say that, the gentleman will not yield. The reason I say that is because to them, these things are more expensive. They make more money. They make more money when the product doesn't work, when the product wears out more quickly, when the product has to be repaired. So I think it's the irony of trying to say that industry supports all this. Well, of course they do. First of all, they're worried about being shut out of the market by the big hand of the federal government saying, if you don't comply with these things, we'll shut you down. And I've heard from constituents, just like Morgan has, that they just want things to work. We all want efficiencies. But bills that say if it's not technologically feasible, it doesn't make any sense why that would be a problem, because it's technologically not feasible to make a product that actually does what the label says it does is not something that my constituents want to buy. I yield back to Morgan.
And I would just say that I understand we have different districts, and maybe, an extra $25, $50, $75 doesn't matter in districts that have a lot more money than my district has, but our average household income in my district is about $50,000 a year. Out of 435 congressional districts, my district for take-home pay ranks at 409. My folks can't afford all these regulations that you think are going to save them all this money. They can't afford the machine in the first place. And while they're perfectly okay with sometimes putting their clothes out on the line, that's the way my mother did it when I was growing up, sometimes they like to be relieved of that by being able to push the button and have the clothes dried in the dryer, or have the clothes washed in the washing machine, or to be able to have a dishwasher in their home. This is not something that's trivial to the constituents in my district. And if the gentlelady wants my remainder of time, I'm happy to yield to her, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield to me?
I'll yield to the chairman first, though. Thank you.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments and Dr. Buchan's comments as well. When the clothes dryer doesn't dry the clothes in the first cycle, and you go to get the laundry out, and it's still damp or still wet, and you've got to run it again, I don't understand how that's a cost savings when you've got to cycle it again. Or why not wash the dishes by hand, because the dishwasher isn't drying them. So when you go to take the dishes out, you got to get a towel out and dry the dishes off. That's what our constituents talk to me about. How they have to maybe launder their clothes one more time because the water levels or whatever factor doesn't get the clothes clean the first time. I don't see how running another cycle on any of these appliances, due to the standards that are becoming more and more onerous, are actually saving energy when you have to cycle and cycle and cycle. And that's the reality that my constituents face. So I appreciate the gentleman. I yield back to him. And
I'm happy to yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you. First of all, I wasn't actually talking about industry letters. I was talking about consumer advocacy letters, which we receive. from consumers in my district, where the average income is far below $50,000. And they are asking for help because this bill, which is about refrigerators, will save them thousands of dollars, will save consumers billions of dollars, $36 billion over the next 30 years for efficiency standards for refrigerators and freezers. And my constituents are working far too hard with 2 jobs in the family. They barely have time to do the laundry or anything else that you're all talking about. They definitely don't have time to hang it out to dry, as our grandmothers did. And they would simply like to have the quality of life that they deserve and to preserve this planet for their children. And I yield
Gentleman's
back.
time's expired.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the bill? If not, we will move to a vote. Roll call has been requested, and clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Blaurakis. Blaurakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. No. Oh, Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes.
No.
Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. No. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Vesey. No. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. No. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers.
How has Mr. Latta been recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
Are the other members unrecorded?
Ms. Craig is not recorded. Ms. Craig votes no.
Clerk will report the tally. How has Mr. Armstrong been recorded?
Mr. Armstrong is recorded as aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis is recorded as aye.
Any other member? If not, clerk will report the tally.
Chair Rogers is not recorded. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Ms. Kamak?
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Kamick votes aye.
Any other member unrecorded? Seeing none, now we'll get the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 25 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it, the bill is agreed to. The chair will now call up H.R. 7626 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 7626, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation standards for room air conditioners that are not cost-effective or technologically feasible.
Without objection, further reading, the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the bill? Mr. Crenshaw is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, this administration has a troubling habit of using the regulatory process to target the things that we need most. We talk about it a lot on this committee: plastics, gasoline, fertilizers, gas stoves, refrigerators, now air conditioning. And right here in this room, we can tell what it's like without good air conditioning. We have multiple members without their jackets on. It's not that comfortable. But in all seriousness, for the American people, your air conditioning is a life or death technology, especially in places like my home state of Texas. The air conditioning unit was invented in 1902. The installation of air conditioning in American homes is the reason why the chances of dying on an extremely hot day fell 80% over the past half century. That's according to an analysis by researchers from Tulane, Carnegie Mellon University, the National Bureau of Economic Research, and MIT. So this legislation shouldn't be all that controversial. It simply reaffirms that DOE energy efficiency standards must be both technologically feasible and economically justified. It's not actually reversing any of the admin's proposals, or it's not even changing any standards. It's simply reaffirming what's already there. It's a pretty moderate bill. I'm not opposed to the Energy Policy Conservation Act or the ability for the Department of Energy to set energy efficiency standards. I'm also not opposed to increased energy efficiency. And by the way, neither are the manufacturers, who compete vigorously with each other to show consumers that their product will save them money on their electric bills. The market's already driving innovation. These new regulations appear to assume that the market's broken, that there's a market failure wherein no one has an incentive to produce more energy efficient products. But of course, that's not true. Consumers have to be able to make purchasing decisions that work best for them. If they want a really high efficiency unit that they want to keep for 30 years, that's great. If they want a lower cost model that they can actually afford, then they should have that choice. And by the way, who do you think is more likely to be buying cheaper in-room ACs, the kind that fit in your window? It's your lower income population. And they are the last people who can afford a more expensive AC unit that might pay for itself in energy savings in 5 years. They need those savings now because they need to be able to afford the groceries that are 30% higher than just a few years ago. We shouldn't be forcing those who are impacted the most by higher costs to choose between taking out a high-interest loan or not having air conditioning. My Democratic colleagues will likely cite all sorts of cost-saving estimates from the rules. However, these estimates fail to consider the market-driven increases in efficiency that would have taken place anyway, the kind of innovation we've already seen. And this bill doesn't undermine the ability of the DOE to set energy efficiency standards for air conditioners. It simply protects American consumers from unrealistic and costly regulations by simply affirming what's already there. It's common sense. I hope we can all agree on it and vote for this bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kemek. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes.
No.
Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. No. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Dingell.
No.
Dingell votes no. Vesey. No. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly.
No.
Kelly votes no. Barragan? Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester? Soto? Soto votes no. Craig? Craig votes no. Schreier? Schreier votes no. Trahan? Trahan votes no. Fletcher? Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers? Chair Rogers votes aye.
How's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
How's Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye.
How was Ms. Lesko recorded?
Lesko is not recorded. Lesko votes aye.
Any other member unrecorded? Hello. Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 21 noes.
Ayes have it, and HR 7626 is agreed to. Chair will now call up HR 7700, the SUDS Act, and ask the clerk to report.
Chair Duncan, can you repeat the bill number, please?
7700.
HR 7700, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing or enforcing energy conservation
Without objection,
standards.
first reading the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any time, and the chair will recognize Mr. Latta to explain the bill.
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. This bill is straightforward. It clarifies the intent of the Energy Policy Conservation Act, which requires the Department of Energy find that efficiency standards they set meet three requirements. Number one, they conserve significant amounts of energy. Number two, they're technologically feasible. And number three, they're economically justified. According to the Biden administration's proposed rule, it would take over 12 years for the proposed efficiency upgrades to pay themselves back. That means the American consumer will have to pay more money upfront for a dishwasher, and they won't get paid back for 12 years. The existing energy and water efficiency regulations for dishwashers are already causing problems for consumers, and this new standard will make matters even worse for Americans. Under this administration's misguided leadership, Americans are paying more and getting less. Dishwashers are getting more expensive, and they take hours per cycle. Unfortunately, we're seeing this across the array of home appliances. Throughout this Congress, I've been a leader for consumer choice. I'm pleased to continue that effort by supporting H.R. 7700, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, which prioritizes home appliance affordability and consumer choice for all Americans. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments on the bill? Seeing none, a roll call vote has been requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Obernolte. Pallone. Eshu. Eshu votes no. DeGette. Schakowsky. DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes.
No.
Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes no. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers? Chair Rogers votes aye.
How is Mr. Guthrie recorded?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Pallone recorded?
Mr. Pallone is not recorded.
Votes no.
Pallone votes no.
How is Mr. Hudson recorded?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes aye.
How is Ms. Schakowsky recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Schakowsky votes no.
Are there any other members unrecorded? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
All right, thanks.
Chair Duncan, on that vote, there are 25 ayes and 21 noes.
And the ayes have it. The bill is agreed to.
Chair calls up House Resolution 7650 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7650, a bill to facilitate efficient state implementation of national ambient air quality standards and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. I'm proud to be the lead sponsor of this legislation, which makes common sense practical reforms to help states implement national ambient air quality standards, and I am grateful we will consider it this morning. As I've described in previous hearings, these issues are not hysteric to me. My district is poised to become the industrial and manufacturing hub of the southeastern United States. With the second largest port on the East Coast, access to rail and interstates, affordable and reliable energy, and a supportive business environment, we are ready to grow. But to grow, we need permits, and we need a law that works for people, not one that works against their livelihoods and welfare. Unfortunately, recent EPA actions to set more stringent particulate matter standards underscore the problem and have threatened to make 80% of new and expanded projects impossible because of an inability to obtain air permits. We can fix this. Congress came together in the late 1970s and again in the late 1980s to update the Clean Air Act. Those actions helped set the course for massive improvements in air quality. But as air quality has improved dramatically, the Clean Air Act's decade-old processes now make it more difficult for states to achieve new health standards. The air in communities today is far better than in 1977 or even in 1990. What is not better are requirements designed for the 70s, not the 21st century. Tight review timelines force states to scramble to focus on new standards before they can even implement existing standards. And convoluted rules mean the most effective ways to improve air quality and to meet the standards like wildfire mitigation are prevented by red tape and litigation. Meanwhile, important provisions Congress enacted 50 years ago, requirements to consider the negative welfare and public health impacts of standards implementation, have been totally ignored. Yet these requirements are more important than ever. H.R. 7650 takes practical steps to update the Clean Air Act so it can work for people, not against them. It elevates the role of EPA's co-regulators to states in setting air quality standards. It makes essential reforms to encourage proactive steps to mitigate wildfires, a major source of emissions. It provides authority to ensure standards are attainable after confirming they are protective of public health. It puts in measures to avoid harmful public health effects ignored by EPA. It protects the states from being punished for emissions they cannot control. It requires the agency produce guidance and regulations to help states implement air quality standards. It creates a process for the states to work proactively with the EPA to develop acceptable state implementation plans and provides time to reduce permit gridlock over PM standards. Simply put, H.R. 7650 helps states implement health standards. Unfortunately, these practical reforms have been clouded by a sea of partisan talking points. Like a broken record, our Democratic colleagues will assert that we are putting polluters over people, undermining public health, and harming at-risk communities. Contrary to these baseless talking points, we should look at the facts. To produce metals and metal products, the U.S. is approximately 20% less emissions intensive with respect to nitrogen oxides, 30% less intensive in terms of volatile organic compounds, and 47% less intensive for particulate matter. We also already have the highest standards in the world by a large margin. Rather than building on our excellence and supporting the economic development that brings vitality to our communities, the Biden administration is ignoring the law of diminishing returns and plowing forward with punitive air quality measures such as the revised PM 2.5 standard and the so-called Good Neighbors Rule. Regarding PM 2.5, 25 states, half the country, have sued the EPA. For the Good Neighbor Rule, 23 state implementation plans were denied, and 12 states are now before the Supreme Court seeking a stay. These entities are the agency's co-regulators. So much for cooperative federalism. This is not how the Clean Air Act is supposed to operate. H.R. 7650 updates the Clean Air Act so it serves its role to help states implement health standards and ensure opportunity and prosperity for their citizens. I urge my colleagues to support the Air Quality Standards Implementation Act of 2024, and I yield back. Does anyone care to be recognized on the bill? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
I know many of us support streamlined permitting that protects public health and our environment without unnecessary delays. Some of my colleagues in support of this bill cite the need for the EPA to act on permits and implementation plans in a timely manner. But unfortunately, this bill won't accomplish that goal and does nothing to help state agencies process permits expeditiously or the EPA in their efforts to support the states. The legislation asks our regulators to do far more, which requires more people, more resources. However, this bill does not provide any additional funding for the EPA to carry out these responsibilities. In fact, my Republican colleagues had voted time and time again to slash the EPA's budget. My top priority is protecting the health of my constituents in Michigan's 6th District and the health of people across America. I support strong air quality standards while also being deeply committed to ensuring we stay globally competitive. Globally competitive, that does matter, but this bill does not do that. I'm proud of the work that we've done to enact climate policies that will promote clean air for our communities. Let me be clear. This legislation threatens to undercut our air quality standards, and it endangers our public health. And that is why I cannot vote for it today. And some of the examples that you are giving, I have been in a school that is sitting there with some of those ambient air quality standards that have violated rules, and I had an asthma attack. The pollution was so bad. We need to protect our communities, and that is something we all have a responsibility to do. That is why I oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, speak in favor of 7650.
So ordered.
This bill led by my colleague, Congressman Buddy Carter, is required because the Biden administration's Environmental Protection Agency continues to propose regulations that would place undue burden on economic development and manufacturing nationwide, most recently with its finalized standard for fine particulate matter, PM 2.5. I filed a Congressional Review Act resolution to nullify the finalized 2.5 standards, as this new standard would have negative economic impacts on all sectors of our economy. This is an example of the need to update the process for setting national ambient air quality standards. We have heard from many industries and stakeholders on the improvements needed for setting air quality standards. Many of these voices come from the states that are charged with implementing these standards. H.R. 7650 gives more opportunity for the states to weigh in on these regulations and work with the agency to construct acceptable state implementation plans. Specifically, this bill requires that the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee include at least 3 members from the state air pollution board, air pollution control agencies, and ensures such membership represents different regions of the country. This bill also provides timely guidance for the state implementation plans and ensures that revisions to air quality standards will not allow to pre-construction permits until implementation guidance is issued. H.R. 7650 provides many common sense changes to the National Ambient Air Quality Standards setting process, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I thank you and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there anyone that seek to be recognized on the bill on the Democratic side? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Choice, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, many here in Washington believe that manufacturing is strictly an urban endeavor. Pennsylvania's 13th district disproves this belief with a proud and vibrant manufacturing sector. As I have said before in this committee, the paper industry in my district is a great example of how these factories are the economic lifeblood of the communities. Companies like Nittany Paper, American Eagle Paper Products, and International Paper support and provide family-sustaining jobs and health care to employees across the district. Very sadly, PM 2.5 will make it harder and harder for these industries to survive. These companies have stayed in business by continuing to update and innovate their production of goods. International Paper in Biglerville, a union shop represented by the USW, has great growth potential, which could mean more jobs, union jobs, and investment in Adams County, Pennsylvania. Implementing EPA's 2.5 rule would make that innovation and expansion impossible. If my colleagues on this committee are truly pro-growth and pro-worker, I urge them to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to Mr. Palmer.
I thank the gentleman for channeling Jim Jordan with no jacket. I just want to point out a couple of things. One is that there was a study from a University of Chicago economist that said that the Biden administration is adding new regulations that are costing American consumers $617 billion per year. That's $10,000 per household. And it stuns me to continue to have this debate about whether or not more regulations are helping or hurting American households, with their inflation rate cumulatively now at 18%. As I pointed out earlier, 78% of the workers in America are living paycheck to paycheck. That we continue to do this, and then in particular, when we talk about PM 2.5, it's on certain days, 25% of the particulate matter in the sky above Los Angeles can be attributed to China. And it's predicted that eventually a third of all of California's air pollution will originate in China. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if we're planning to sue China for violating these new regulations that the Biden administration wants to impose on the American consumer. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 7650. H.R. 7650 puts in place several very practical measures, including additional time and flexibility for implementing new standards, timely issuance of implementing regulations and guidance, a greater role of state air regulators in the standard review and assessment process, clearer rules to reduce wildfire risks and the pollution associated with wildfires, measures to make it easier for states and areas to implement standards. These are common sense and practical adjustments that will ensure that our air quality continues to improve. This bill will help Arizona better implement the National Ambient Air Quality 2.5 standard. Maricopa County, which is the 4th largest county in the nation where I live, the state of Arizona, the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, are all against Biden's new standard as written. If implemented, I have been told that this will completely stop all new economic development in Arizona. It will require the new Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, which is in my district, a new chip plant funded partially by the CHIPS Act, to reduce the size of their operation and will cost hundreds of jobs if this is not reformed. I don't think it's any surprise to anyone that Arizona has deserts. Okay? We have dirt. We have sand. And so when it's windy, dust blows around. So a one-size-fits-all standard for the whole nation, where here it rains, or in the Northeast it rains, but in Arizona it doesn't, and there's wildfires, and there's dust that blows around, and you see the dust storms that come in on national news. Plus, it's right next to Mexico. Mexico doesn't have very good air standards, so then you have pollution coming up from Mexico. You can't have the same standards in every part of the country. We're not a one-size-fits-all, and that's why it's important for individual states and regions to have more of a say in these standards. The standard as written makes it impossible to meet the standard due just to the natural occurrence of dust in Arizona deserts. This bill will help my state better implement NACs in a more reasonable manner, and this is much needed reform, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek to be recognized on the bill? Does anyone have wish to offer a bipartisan amendment? Bipartisan? Does anyone offer another amendment? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Looks like D02.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7650 offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike subsection B of section 2 and make such conforming changes.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple, and it fixes one of the most egregious provisions in the bill, the consideration of likely attainability in the NAC's setting process. And let's not pretend that we're making minor changes to the program or applying common sense. This is a radical provision that would allow polluters to override scientists. It would require EPA to set air quality standards based on corporate polluter profits rather than public health. The bill would make so-called likely attainability a factor in the scientific decision about how much pollution is safe for a child to breathe. Requiring EPA to consider attainability or the potential cost of attaining an air quality standard is a dangerous precedent that ignores the history and purpose of the Clean Air Act. Since 1970, the law's science-based health protective standards keep our focus on the end goal, healthy air for everyone. Cooperative federalism allows EPA to set clean air standards and states to decide how best to achieve them. Furthermore, this provision would overturn a unanimous Supreme Court decision saying that the goal of the Clean Air Act is to achieve air quality that is safe to breathe. In 2001, the late Justice Scalia wrote that the Clean Air Act, and I quote, unambiguously bars cost considerations from the NAC's setting process and thus ends the matter for us as well as the EPA, unquote. The scientific determination of what is safe to breathe does not and cannot depend on the technology, attainability, or cost of cleaning up pollution. This is not to say that these factors aren't considered at any point. They come into play in the second step of the process when states decide the most effective way to meet their air quality goals, and that is the appropriate time to consider costs. But Section 2B turns this extremely effective approach on its head. The considerations set up by this section are equivalent to a doctor basing a patient's diagnosis on the cost of treatment and likeliness of a cure. It endangers the health of American families, children, and workers. So my amendment would restore current law and ensure that the NACs continue to be purely health-based standards, leaving the consideration of cost and attainability to the states. We must stop fear-mongering and presenting false choices between health and our economy. Almost every time EPA proposes a significant new requirement, polluters tell us it can't be done, that it will cost too much, or that it will turn off the lights. And Republicans are once again peddling these doomsday scenarios. Section 2B is just the latest in a string of legislative attacks on these purely health-based air quality standards, which could unravel the entire framework of the Clean Air Act. And I should note that during the Environment Subcommittee markup, Republicans asserted that this bill should be bipartisan. I strongly disagree. Endangering public health should not be a bipartisan goal. Instead, Congress should be redoubling our efforts to guarantee clean and healthy air for all Americans. This was the overwhelmingly bipartisan goal when we first enacted and subsequently amended the Clean Air Act in this committee. And we should be fighting for Americans to have both clean air and a thriving economy as they have enjoyed throughout the history of the successful law. But let's stop selling the American people short. I urge adoption of my amendment to ensure we protect the health of the American people rather than the pockets of corporate polluters. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, to be clear, Section 2B states that if the EPA administrator in consultation with EPA's Independent Scientific Advisory Committee finds a range of levels of air quality are requisite to protect public health with an adequate margin of safety, then the administrator may consider as a secondary consideration likely attainability in establishing and revising the national primary ambient air quality standard for this pollutant. The text does not change the Clean Air Act's requirements that standards be based on protection of public health. The text simply clarifies that the EPA administrator has the discretion to consider attainability of the standard when choosing among a range of levels identified and supported by the science as protective of public health. This is a clarification for future administrators that Congress considers technical feasibility to be a reasonable part of the decision-making process when policy choices must be made among a range of scientifically valid options. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady is recognized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
I'd like to speak in support of the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I previously raised my concerns for this bill in the subcommittee hearing and again in a subcommittee markup. I want to reaffirm my belief that to consider the costs and the likely attainability of a standard is a danger to public health and safety. For decades, the EPA has protected the right to clean air through health-based standards like the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NACs. To require the EPA to consider the likely attainability instead of solely the scientific and medical evidence is a rejection of an approach that has proven successful for over 50 years. This bill would insert a cost consideration into the NACs setting process, directing reducing the protective standard which has guarded public health for years. The reality is that this bill, which is more aptly referred to as the Smoggy Skies Act, would worsen the air quality of already at-risk communities. Children, the elderly, low-income communities, and communities of color will be put disproportionately at risk for unhealthy levels of air pollution. As many of you know, air pollution is already responsible for over 100,000 premature deaths in America every year. It is beyond me that my Republican colleagues choose to promote corporate special interests over America's health and choose to downplay their terrible reality by attempting to turn the NACS process into a reflection of how much public health protection we can afford, instead of what is safe to breathe. This bill ignores decades of health-based standards which we know work. It is imperative that we protect the EPA's authority to set air quality standards and to actually protect public health. So I urge the adoption of the amendment to ensure these critical standards are based in science alone, not in the best interest of corporations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamak. Kamak votes no. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Will the clerk call the names of those who are not recorded?
Mr. Guthrie? No. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Bouchon? No. Bouchon votes no. Ms. Lesko, or Mr. Pence? Oh. Crenshaw? Pfluger? Pfluger votes no. Miller Meeks? Obernolte? Blunt Rochester?
The clerk will report the results.
Chair Carter, on that vote, there were 25 ayes, or, excuse me, there were 25 noes and 22 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
To the chair.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I believe it's labeled Amendment D_04.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7650, offered by, was the amendment offered by Chair Carter?
Tonko.
Okay. Amendment to H.R. 7650, offered by Mr. Tonko. Amend Section 2C to read as follows. Composition of independent scientific review.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to again express my concerns about the underlying legislation. which I view as undermining a science-based, well-understood, and effective process to determine health protective air pollution standards, allowing cost and other considerations to enter into standard setting. There are many provisions within the proposal that I oppose, but I would like to, once again, as I did at the subcommittee markup, offer an amendment that I do not believe is unreasonable. EPA's Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee is required by law to consist of 7 members, at least one of which is required to be a physician, one a National Academy's member, and one a state representative. And as I've stated on several occasions, I'm not inherently opposed to having greater state representation on the CASE Act, provided that the committee continues to have the technical and the scientific expertise necessary to properly advise the administrator. Section 2C of the bill before us changes the composition of the committee by increasing the required number of state representatives from 1 to 3, while keeping the other representation requirements the same. This amendment proposes increasing the number of members from 7 to 13 and requiring that along with the 3 state representatives, there are also 3 physicians and 3 National Academies members. If the majority's position is to include more perspectives on the committee, I believe this amendment would address that concern. This would clearly allow more states the opportunity to participate in this aspect of the NAAQS process without risking erosion of the committee's technical expertise. Unfortunately, this amendment was rejected on a party line vote at the subcommittee markup. It was suggested that this amendment was just an attempt to maintain status quo. If that were true, I could easily propose an amendment to strike the provision entirely. That would certainly be my preference. But this is a genuine attempt to understand the majority's stated concerns and find a workable solution. So if members would like to have greater state representation in this process, this amendment does that, and I would encourage you to support it. If members are hoping to stack the committee's membership with representatives that are assumed to support less stringent standards, then we're not going to find common ground. And the majority should, once again, reject it. But I want to get on the record that, in my opinion, this bill has a near zero chance of becoming law. And I believe the majority's dismissal of amendments like this one does not bode well for the Environment Subcommittee to accomplish much of anything in the 118th Congress. So I encourage my colleagues to think about whether you are happy with having a completely partisan and unproductive session, as has been the case for the past 15 months, or would you like to try to find some issues where we may be able to come together and try to legislate? I hope you will support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is nothing more than a cheeky attempt to maintain the status quo operation of the CASIC. By increasing the total members of the committee and maintaining at least language for all those except state air pollution control agencies, this language will do nothing to remedy the diminished voice of the states of the CASIC. According to testimony received by this subcommittee in September, the latest PM 2.5 review was conducted by the 7-person Chartered Clean Air Science Advisory Committee, CASIC, plus 15 additional panel members, 22 total. 20 were university research professors, and only 1 person represented state air pollution control agencies. Members of the National Academy of Science and Physicians are already well represented through the CASIC and additional adjunct panels. The intent of the Republican provision is to increase the role of EPA's co-regulators, the states. If the gentleman would like to withdraw the amendment, I'll be happy to continue working with him toward the full committee. These are the kinds of discussions we look forward to having if we both share the goal of working towards a bipartisan bill. If the amendment is not to be withdrawn, I urge a no vote, and I'll yield back. Any further discussion? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to support, first I move to strike the last word. And,
so ordered.
I want to support Ranking Member Tonko's very common sense amendment to H.R. 7650. We've seen versions of this bill in previous Congresses. Each time its goal is to impair the Clean Air Act by undermining the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS, as the ranking member indicated. Instead of equipping EPA to make science-based determinations to set reasonable health protective standards, this is legislation that would strip critical subject matter expertise from the agency's decision-making process, and it elevates unfounded industry claims. Every 5 years, EPA must review the most up-to-date research and decide if the latest science indicates that the current NACs sufficiently protect public health, or if they need to be revised to do so. And the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, or CASAC, provides independent advice for this determination based on technical analysis of the latest scientific information. Section 2C of the bill, under consideration today, unfortunately would change the makeup of the CASAC by increasing the number of members who represent states, but maintaining the current number of members with scientific and medical expertise. The effect of this would be to dilute the ratio of scientists and medical professionals in relation to other stakeholders, and it would dampen the critical scientific input into a calculus that must be informed by the best available data and insights, which is unacceptable. The amendment offered by Representative Tonko today would rebalance the CASAC in the underlying bill by increasing the ratio of members who have the technical expertise to advise EPA on the latest scientific and medical information. I'm not opposed, he's not opposed to adding more perspectives to the CASAC, but we are opposed to adding only representatives from the states while effectively drowning out the voices of the scientists and public health experts whose guidance we need to follow. So for that reason, I appreciate my colleagues offering the amendment. I urge the committee to support it and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Carter.
No.
Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes no. Kamek. Kamek votes no. Obernolte. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Schakowsky. Oh, sorry. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Will the clerk call the names of those who have not voted?
Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no.
Clerk will report the result.
Chair Carter, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purposes does the Gentlelady from Florida seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk, 05.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7650, offered by Ms. Castor. Page 4, line 7, strike concurrently.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple targeted amendment that strikes Section 2E of the bill, which is a provision that creates a very dangerous loophole in the Clean Air Act. I think we all recognize that the Clean Air Act has saved lives by improving the air we breathe over time. Like you, I have seen improvements in air quality in the Tampa Bay area since the Clean Air Act was adopted. The air has improved year after year. Yet we still have many challenges. Air pollution presents a very serious health risk to our communities every day. Over 100 million Americans live in counties with unhealthy levels of air pollution, with children and the elderly, working class communities, communities of color disproportionately at risk. Air pollution is associated with over 100,000 premature deaths in the United States every year. And particulate matter is among the most dangerous forms of air pollution. It's linked to many serious health problems like cancer, stroke, heart disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, obesity, and reproductive, neurological, and immune system disorders. And in this committee, we work together very collaboratively on health issues. And I think this is an area where we should also be working together more closely on the prevention side, preventing cancer, preventing COPD, ensuring that everyone has clean air to breathe in their lives. So this amendment, like I said, would not allow you to open up this dangerous loophole. So I recommend it to you. So let me get into a little explanation. Under the Clean Air Act, it requires any major new or expanding sources of air pollution to obtain permits before they start construction. The Act recognizes that part of cleaning up ongoing pollution is to minimize the amount of new pollution according to the existing standards, and to obtain a permit for a new source, an applicant must first determine which pollution controls it will install to reduce that facility's pollution. Then the applicant must estimate how much pollution the facility will admit. Maybe they'll install pollution controls, and then show that this quantity of pollution will not cause the area to exceed the current standard. If the new facility's pollution will cause a violation of an air quality standard, the applicant must take additional steps to cut its pollution or obtain offsets for the excess pollution. Now, EPA updates and strengthens the national air quality standards when the science says that it's necessary to protect the human health. But the GOP bill would allow certain facilities to pollute, to disregard the science, and ignore a new standard when obtaining a permit. Under this bill, if EPA doesn't issue rules and guidance at the same time that it issues a new air quality standard, the old protective standard applies for purposes of a pre-construction permit. This means that when a facility is demonstrating whether its emissions will violate the air quality standard, it would use the old, weaker standard as a benchmark. In effect, this bill gives new polluters amnesty, a free pass for them, and dirtier air for everyone else. It will create exemptions that would allow polluters to pollute more. It's completely unnecessary. I don't know why you would put polluters over the public interest here. After all, states and air quality management agencies have previously weighed in on this bill. Their common concern is that this provision would slow down the permitting process. It would unnecessarily exempt facilities from meeting health protective air quality standards. And on top of that, this loophole will be bad for business. If one facility emits more than its fair share of pollution, that means that other facilities eventually will have to pick up the slack and control more. So by granting amnesty to new sources of pollution, the bill shifts the pollution control responsibility to existing businesses. That's not fair. This shift will raise pollution control costs overall for the manufacturing sector. And as the Clean Air Act has long recognized, it's generally far more efficient and cost-effective to build pollution controls into a facility up front rather than adding them later. But this provision does the opposite. It allows new facilities to be built with insufficient pollution controls, forcing more expensive controls on existing businesses. That makes no sense. So I urge support of the amendment, and I urge you to strike the amnesty provision from the bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to speak against the amendment. This amendment strikes an important provision of the bill, which requires EPA to issue implementation guidance when it issues new standards. If EPA fails to provide such information, the standards will not apply to pre-construction permits until it has been promulgated. This provision creates an incentive for EPA to be more efficient and provides relief for states burdened by regulatory deadlines and frequently a lack of needed guidance from the agency. EPA has been very slow to issue guidance for states. According to CRS review for the committee, in all cases when issuing new or revising standards, EPA guidance has taken 4 to 8 years to be issued. This creates great uncertainty for the states and delays permitting projects. Nothing in this language prevents states, local, or tribal permitting authorities from imposing more stringent permitting requirements for permit applicants. And new manufacturing and industrial facilities still must install best available control technology to reduce emissions even when EPA fails to issue guidance. There is no reason EPA shouldn't issue timely implementing regulations and guidance when it issues new standards. I ask my colleagues, ask your state regulators if they want timely guidance. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back. Any other discussion on this amendment? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. Regulated entities claim EPA isn't issuing implementation rules and guidance quickly enough after updating a National Ambient Air Quality Standard, or NAAQS. The bill concludes the solution is to sacrifice public health by allowing facilities to ignore the new standard. I don't think we should have this kind of trade-off. I'm not willing to expose our kids to unhealthy air to speed up permits. But let's say you were willing to sacrifice air quality for faster permits. That's not even what this bill does. This bill allows some facilities to pollute more while doing nothing to expedite the permitting process. In fact, it could do just the opposite. Under the Clean Air Act, a company that wants to build a new facility must obtain a pre-construction permit that requires the facility to control its pollution. The goal of this permitting process is simple: to ensure the facility will not significantly increase air pollution above levels that are safe to breathe. Under Section 2E of this bill, if EPA issues a new national ambient air quality standard, that standard doesn't apply for permitting purposes unless and until EPA has issued implementation rules and guidance for the new standard. Besides allowing unhealthy levels of air pollution, the provision doesn't even help states speed up permitting. Witnesses have testified concurrent guidance isn't always practical or necessary. EPA has told the committee that most guidance evolves after a standard takes effect, as states and industry raise questions that require EPA guidance. So it's unclear how EPA could provide guidance on solving problems even before they know what the problems are. It's really a catch-22 for the agency. On the one hand, EPA could hurry to issue guidance before hearing questions from states and industry, but then that guidance would be incomplete, and it wouldn't address issues that only emerged during the implementation process. An industry group that wanted to delay implementation of the new air quality standard could file a lawsuit saying EPA's guidance wasn't sufficient. On the other hand, EPA could wait to issue more robust and helpful guidance, but in the meantime, facilities would be able to obtain permits under the old air quality standard. A company could build a facility that is allowed to release more pollution than it would under current law. In both scenarios, pollution wins and public health loses. And this would provide an opportunity for even more lawsuits and delay, you can just see it. Downwind communities and nearby businesses might challenge a permit that allows a new facility to pollute more and shifts the burden of pollution reduction on to them. So, in summary, this provision amounts to more litigation, more confusion, and more pollution. I don't think it's going to result in faster permitting. Ms. Kastner's amendment would strike the language in the bill that exempts facilities from complying with new air quality standards. And so for that reason, I really urge everybody to support this amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor? Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter.
No.
Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes no. Alderson. Alderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes no. Kamek. Kamek votes no. Obernolte. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
The clerk will call the names of those who have not voted.
Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Armstrong votes no.
Clerk will report the result.
Chair Carter, on that vote, there are 21 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The chair, what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, D_13.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7650 offered by Ms. Barragan. At the end,
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For over 50 years, the Clean Air Act has successfully cleaned up toxic pollution and reduced healthcare costs. The Republicans' legislation would undermine that success and endanger the health of the American people. This legislation would weaken the process EPA uses to set the national ambient air quality standard. It would also delay implementation of stronger health protective standards, and it would give polluters a free pass to contaminate our air. My amendment would ensure that this legislation would not go into effect until EPA, in consultation with the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, determines it will not increase negative health outcomes for minority and low-income communities. Far too communities of color, including Latino communities, suffer from unhealthy levels of toxic pollution in the air, such as particulate matter and ozone. This pollution is a silent killer that leads to premature deaths, cancers, and respiratory diseases such as asthma. It's also a killer for productivity. Poor air quality is linked to higher school and work absences. For every $1 invested into air pollution, there is a $30 benefit in reduced healthcare cost and greater productivity. Unfortunately, the Republicans' legislation sacrifices the health of our communities for the profits of polluters. We can have both clean air and good-paying jobs. We should not be forced to choose. It's important that EPA can set science-based air quality standards that are protective of public health to hold polluters accountable. The American people deserve clean, safe air. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, I want to yield time to my colleague, Representative Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Barragan, for introducing your amendment. I agree with your amendment that it would ensure that it will not harm, this bill, H.R. 7650, will not harm vulnerable populations, particularly minority and low-income communities. The underlying bill, which is more appropriately referred to as the Smoggy Skies Act, will endanger the health and safety of communities by forcing the EPA to set weaker standards and allowing polluting industries to pollute more. The smog growing up in the 1960s and 70s, the smog stung my eyes, burned our lungs, induced headaches, and forced kids like myself and elderly community members to stay indoors when I grew up in Los Angeles. We now know that high levels of air pollution can also have serious long-term health effects, including increased risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease, respiratory diseases, and reproductive, neurological, and immune system disorders. Thankfully, federal standards and stringent state regulations pushed industries to make changes that drove innovation, cut emissions, and significantly improved the air quality in Los Angeles and many communities across the country. Cleaner air has meant healthier communities, and unlike when I was a child, my children and grandchildren today have never known what it's like to have to stay indoors because of a smog alert. It is undeniable that the attainment challenges that lie ahead for California and other parts of the country are difficult to address. However, H.R. 7650, which would cut the Clean Air Act and render the EPA unable to set strong standards that prioritize public health, is not the answer. It's important for us to understand that today's proposed bill is a bad solution that is off-base, counterproductive, and that will ultimately harm our constituents, especially those who already bear the brunt of this climate crisis that we all are experiencing. And also, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege. In this committee, I asked that we please change the monitor here, and because it was making this half of the room look completely white and the other half of the room not, and now it's been corrected, and now it looks much more accurate to the way the room actually is. So with that, I'd like to yield back to my colleague.
I yield back, Mr.
The
Chair.
gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr.
Speak
Chairman,
on the amendment.
I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment that seeks to delay and nullify all of the benefits of this bill. It's a bill that seeks to enable states to implement air quality standards more efficiently. Nothing in the bill precludes the administrator from issuing new standards if warranted to protect public health. You cannot get cleaner air if you cannot implement standards or focus on the air pollution that actually matters, like wildfires. The practical reforms in the Air Quality Standards Implementation Act will ensure that our air quality continues to improve. Nothing in this pending bill prevents improvements to air quality. Nothing prevents that from being realized. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. You want a roll call? Okay. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter.
No.
Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes no. Kamek. Kamek votes no. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no. Mr. Burgess votes no. Eschew is not recorded. Eschew votes aye. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes no. Matsui is not recorded. Matsui votes aye. Guthrie is not recorded. Guthrie votes no. Castor is not recorded. Castor votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Guthrie recorded?
Mr. Guthrie is recorded as no.
Okay, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 25 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 7650, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Aye. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Aye. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eschew. DeGette. DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Castor. Sarbanes. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark.
No.
Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Dingell.
No.
Dingell votes no. Vesey. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye. Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Dunn votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Wahlberg recorded?
Mr. Wahlberg is not recorded. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Weber?
Mr. Weber is not recorded. Weber votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo?
Ms. Eshoo is not recorded. Ms. Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Matsui?
Matsui is not recorded. Matsui votes no.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 26 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today, so ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.